with Michael Proctor. I guess you've seen him in the news. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. And you think he's just a dirtbag and only use him for your views. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. His Texas lady, she's a whack job, but he lacks the social cues. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. He assumed she ran him over without evidence or clues. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. He abused his place of power by searching pictures of her nude. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. He used disgusting commentary about her having leaky poo. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. And now wins that folks don't like me because of language that he used. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. And when he said see you next Tuesday, a statement he cannot recuse, I got the Bad Bunny Blues. And now we're coming on a balloon knot that somehow lit a stinky fuse. I got the Bad Bunny Blues. So if I file for harassment, the case would definitely lose. I got the Bad Bunny Blues.
Hello. Hello. You girls crack me up. Welcome. Do you like? Did you miss me? Yes, you did. I know you did. Because I missed you. And you. And that one there too. And, oh, look at this. Kitty cat. We decided to rearrange the desk a tad, and we now have Kitty Cam. Let me know what you think. Works for me. So, how did we go over the weekend? Did we all get some rest? I did. Thank you very much for asking. Hey, Gabby, welcome. Hey, AJ, how you doing? Grandma? Hang on. What have I got here? Let me see. Where is my... Oh, I'm sure I put something in here. Oh, I didn't. Terrible, Jody. What was I thinking? God, I better find it. She'll kill me. Where the heck did I put it? I know I saved it somewhere. It's just not there. Fuck. Oh, I made up something special and everything. Where is it? Maybe it's in there. Oh, yes, there it is. Oh, phew. Okay, let me save it to there, and then I can play it. So, do we all think we're getting a verdict today? I do. Oh, that was Felix, the kitty, whom just ate kitty treats and racked off again. He's my spoilt boy. Very spoilt. Very, very spoilt. So, just before we get started, there's a little message here. Yay! Nana Dev, congratulations. You have to fill us all in the chat on how everything went. And if you feel like jumping on, just let me know. Morning, Bri. How are we? Have a good weekend? I did. I rested a lot, and I needed to. I needed to just recoup. It's cute, isn't it? You're welcome. Fill us all in the chat so that we know what happened and how it happened and when it happened. We all know how, I suppose, and why. But yeah. So I think we're going to get a verdict today, just quietly. I can feel it in my waters. I've got a few theories on why I think the jury is deadlocked. A couple of different theories, actually. And I've also got some information on why there was no Allen charge given on Friday. And just try and alleviate some of the confusion more than anything, if we can. And I'm hoping that once they've had their weekend little rendezvous break, that they'll come back refreshed. And I do believe we're going to have a hung jury. I don't think we're going to have a not guilty verdict, just quietly. But yes, better that than nothing. And there's a reason why the defence wanted the instruction read on Friday, and not pushing for a hung jury. So basically, what I'll do is I'll go back and I tried to simplify everything because in my mind it's cut and dry. The Commonwealth haven't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen and Karen's vehicle caused said injuries to John O'Keefe, causing his death. Injury, vehicle, no correlation, no proof, no evidence that the two, ever the twain shall meet, basically. So in my mind, that causes probable doubt, not guilty, straight there. But it occurred to me that the jurors may not see it that cut and dry, and probably for a number of reasons. So let's go through this first one, shall we? So basically, this is the Commonwealth's theory. They are saying that Karen's car caused this head injury, which caused said death of John O'Keefe. All right. That's their case in chief, in a nutshell. And the defence basically adds a question mark. They don't believe it was the car. They are suggesting the third-party culprit or another alternative, such as a fight or some other possible way that this injury was inflicted, causing Mr. O'Keefe to unalive. So we all agree that it was this head trauma combined with hypothermia that was his cause of death. So in my mind, nothing else matters. Nothing. No matter how many texts Higgins sent, no matter how many words Proctor used, no matter how many bite marks are on his arm, that was not a contributing factor to his death. It was this injury and hypothermia. The end. Now, what caused that is what needs to be determined in my mind. And the defence have not, the state have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the car was the object that caused that injury to John. So that's my thoughts. Then you go on to both of the medical examiners, the Commonwealth and the defence agree that this head injury is inconsistent with a vehicle pedestrian collision. Both sides agree on that. No ifs or buts. That's plain and simple. That car did not create that injury, or that part of said car inconsistent with said injury. And if that wasn't enough for you, we then had the two experts, both crash reconstruction experts, agreed that this injury could not have been caused by this vehicle or that part of this vehicle in any way, shape, or form. So to me, that that's the end of it. That's done and dusted. If the whole case in chief is that piece of tail light or that tail light itself created that injury on John O'Keefe, producing the substantial brain injury and damage that was caused to the skull, rendering him unconscious, then sustaining him to hypothermia, then that's it. There's no. How can they be deliberating for so long? I just. Yeah, it got me thinking. So, why the confusion, you ask? Come on, slide. All right. So, this was my theory. I'm going to have to move myself. So, they're struggling with the difference between, in their minds, they're struggling between what is beyond a reasonable doubt versus statewide corruption. So, they're either saying, all right, we believe that she's guilty, or we believe that the whole state police force is corrupt. And I think, let me just move so you can read that. So I think the third party culprit defense that has been put on may have muddied the water a bit, so that then it's not as clear to them what a reasonable doubt is. And what they think is their only other alternative is statewide corruption. And these people are, as you know, they are members of your peers. So they have been procured from the community. Now, this jury, whilst it's protected now, has to go out and live in that community post verdict. Okay? Now, we all saw on closing arguments Brian Albert and the gang doing the whole intimidation tactics towards the jury. And that to me said, okay, they're telling them, all right, you vote not guilty, and there may be a price to pay down the track once this is over. Who knows? If the police are that corrupt, that's a possibility. They could be worried about their future. You know, they've got to live within that community for the rest of their life. So who knows? It could be a factor. They might be thinking a hung jury is the only way to go. So, do we think the defence should have focused more perhaps on creating a reasonable doubt? I know a few people, a few other content creators out there definitely think that should have been concentrated on a little bit more, but I think they spent a lot of time trying to prove her innocence rather than creating that reasonable doubt for the jurors, which would have made it perhaps a little bit more simple for them. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. Now, as to the Allen charge, of course, Massachusetts. I'm not a BG. They do everything different down there, so they don't have the Allen charge. They have a specific instruction to jurors when jurors cannot decide, and it's called the Tuohy-Rodriguez instruction. Let's have a look. Share page. Oop, wrong one. There it is. Now, can we all see that? Let me try and make it a little bit. No, that didn't help. Maybe if I make me smaller. There we go. All right. So, when the jurors cannot agree, what have we got here? Judge in the George Kelly case didn't give the Allen charge. No. But yeah, I think the sooner the Allen charge is given, the closer the judge puts herself. All right. They're not. I don't believe she'll read the Allen charge, Bri. They have this particular Tuohy-Rodriguez instruction instead. So, you didn't know. Yes, they have their own special instruction. Okay. So I'll read through it with you. And this is one of the reasons why the defence wanted the instruction on Friday, because it is more pro-defence than it is for the Commonwealth. But there is conditions. So we'll go through it all. So when the jurors cannot agree, our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way for deciding questions of fact in the verdict of a jury, in most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusion of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12, amend as needed, to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candour and with the proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that the case be decided. You should consider that you have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be. There is no reason to suppose that the case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced on one side or the other. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case, if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the laws always impose the burden of proof on one side or the other. In this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left in doubt as to any essential element, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. Da-da-da. Right there. Right there. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who are for acquittal should consider whether a doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression on the minds of other jurors who are equally honest, equally intelligent, and who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, with an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. On the other hand, those jurors who are for conviction ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment, if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or adequacy of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors. I would ask you now to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. Now, that's what she will read, the Tui Rodriguez instruction. But there is notes down the bottom. All right. So Bev is limited to restricting them by sending them out to deliberate more than twice. If a jury, after due and thorough deliberation, which is what was said on, was it Thursday or Friday, where they sent the note back saying, after thorough deliberation, we've exhausted all avenues and have not been able to reach a verdict. That is the standard that they have to meet. So Bev didn't believe that they had reached thorough deliberations. So if they have not, after due and thorough deliberations, returned to court without having agreed on a verdict, the court may state anew the evidence or any part thereof. So to me, that says they can re-explain or rehash some of the evidence of the case, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll read it again. If a jury, after due and thorough deliberation, return to court without having agreed on a verdict, the court may state anew the evidence of any part thereof, explain to them anew the law applicable to the case, and send them out for further deliberation. But if they return a second time without having agreed on a verdict, they shall not be sent out again without their own consent, unless they ask from the court some further explanation of the law. When the jury prematurely suggests that it may be an impasse, the judge concludes the jury is not yet deadlocked and that a full Tui Rodriguez charge is not yet called for, which is what she did on Friday. The appeals court recommends that the judge instructs the jury using the ABA recommended language in the first two paragraphs of the alternate instruction. So basically, they're saying if they come back again now and say that they cannot reach a verdict, then she can give this Tui Rodriguez instruction to them and send them back once again. So yeah, so I thought that was very interesting that right at the front up here, in order to make a decision, this paragraph in particular, which is what the defense wants, in order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on one side or the other, which is what they need to get back to. They need to get back to that simple instruction. In this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. There is no burden on the defense to prove innocence. None. Even though they've taken on that role. The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left in doubt as to any essential element, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. So that will be very interesting when it comes time to when the jury come back again to see if she actually, because that's taken from the Massachusetts instructions, to see if she's altered any wording or if they've agreed on any, there could have even been a previous instruction or a promise apparently made. So the Commonwealth could well have said to the defense, okay, if we get a hung jury, we won't re-prosecute, we won't retrial. That could have also happened as well. We don't know. I doubt it very much, but it is very much like an Allen charge. It's just worded differently, and I thought way more in favour of the defence. They can recharge her if it's a hung jury, yes, but whether they will or not, I don't believe they will retry it. That's my opinion, but I do think they will poll them after what I think will be a hung jury today. But depending on that, I don't think so. I think that because of the ongoing federal investigation that is still going, and the fact that it's been working from the top down as far as Morrissey goes, I don't think they will be retrying the claim. That's just my opinion. But I've got another little itty-bitty thing that I've put up as well. I thought we'd go through. What's the time? 11:08. Let me just check Court TV to make sure. We're not missing anything. Nope, we have a spinning wheel. A spinning fan. Have they entered the courtroom yet? Doesn't look like it. Nope. All right. So I'll just do this one quickly. So basically, I did this before I did my other one. So this is basically the tail light versus the head injury. So that's what that caused. Now, you remember last time I went through the Contrecoeur injury and we did all that and we compared it to other injuries that other brain injuries that were the same. So this is the experts went over it on how it was just physically impossible to get that injury from that car and that that was his medical, how to get that head injury and similar ones like it. This is the other Contra-Coup head injuries, very similar to the way John presented, very similar. And that right there is not the cause of that at all, in my opinion. Okay, let's take that off. So, how about we have a little bit of a day 35. Okay. So I believe I'm going to put my hand up now and say there will be something come back before lunchtime from the jury. That's my opinion. But how about we do put together a little bit of I was watching a lot of Auntie Bev stuff over the weekend and found some funny stuff that I thought I might clip a few things and share with you. So, Gabby, grab your Crocs. All right. Hear ye.
Hey, it's Auntie Bev here. Just waking up.
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
I stayed in the courthouse. I told you yesterday. We have a poor post. I can't even speak because a little bit of a hangover, but today I went a little bit over, about 15 minutes over, but I couldn't take it.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
A girl who shits herself.
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
And then yesterday, I let him go early. Now I'm just letting him go because I'm tired. Can you hear it in my voice how tired I am? Don't say of course to me. What does he say? Of course, Your Honor.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
I let them go early because one of them had a hair appointment. Little snaggly. I just forgot to put them in evidence, okay? So I did it that next morning. So just simmer the fuck down. I'm not gonna allow it. Finally, I saw Lally, get a little lallygag in there. That was impressive. It is up there on the bench when you have to poo.
A girl who shits herself.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Realize that there's 27,000 people watching a fan on Law and Crime. Literally said, fan, are you actually happy about this? What are you doing? You just keep spinning, and the poor smoke detector just sits there. No love. Same with my bangs.
Yes.
A whack job, correct? Your
I'll allow it.
No. Yes.
ass leaker. That was a word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Been a tough week. I'll see you on Monday. I'll allow it.
I couldn't help myself. Oh, I'm hearing music. Where am I hearing music from? Oh, I'm hearing it from Court TV. My bad. Yeah, okay. It's getting late, isn't it? Yes, it's definitely from that. Can you all hear it? No? I just thought it was funny that every one of us I've been staring at a freaking fan. And the smoke detector gets no love. See? Apparently, there's a whole Reddit page that goes through how many cycles and RPMs this fan actually uses and goes through. I think it's hysterical. But I do not believe there's been anything from inside the court at all. So what I might do, I know that I know from watching over the weekend that LTL Media was going to be live from outside the courthouse today. Let's see if he's up live. So shout out to Brian.
And we just got down here on location. What's up, buddy? Just got down here on location. I'm actually going to walk up to my car.
No, this is LTL Media. Shout out to Brian. Get on over there and sub to his channel. He's awesome. And he has been following this case for so long. He is so committed and he wants to be down there for any verdict.
I'm a little thirsty this morning, but we're thirsty. Speaking of thirst, we are thirsty for a verdict of not guilty today, which I believe it's going to happen. I feel it. It's going to happen. Hopefully the stream's okay. And we'll go over and talk to everybody here in a minute. But a lot of satellite
better
trucks
than watching
here, a lot of media,
a fan.
And more people will probably pour in throughout the day. And today is the day. We feel it. We feel today is the day. I'm just going to walk up to my car and get some water. I'm dying. I don't know how long this jacket's going to last. I don't know how long the jacket's going to last. I just don't know. Make sure to smash that like button. How are you all feeling today? Do you think we're going to get
I'm not too bad, Brian. Today? Yeah. I think we'll
verdict of
get
not
a hung
guilty.
jury.
Let's just,
Not
let's be over with
good.
this. Let's be done with it. It's so obvious. It's so obvious that if this goes to a hung jury, there's never going to be a jury that's going to convict Karen Read. It's goofy. I mean, this needs to be over and done with.
I agree.
I'm going to grab my water.
Why would you wear a hot jacket,
boss?
boss?
A little bit here. Hopefully the signal's a little better. All right,
did everyone see
Good morning.
Over the weekend, the Aussie Insider did an interview with Auntie Bev, Gabby, but it was Auntie Bev, not in costume. Aussie Insider did an interview with him, but it was quite funny.
We'll go back down to the crowd here in a second. I'm just gonna
if we get time, I'll
grab
play
some water.
Water.
See what I can do. Look at that, sideways. So what's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Let me grab some water. It's good to see everybody. Let's see. Looking sharp. Thank you. I don't know how long the jacket's going to last. It's quite toasty.
Take it
down
off.
here today.
Take it off.
It's quite toasty. I think that's a Google car that just went by. But good morning. It's good to see everybody. Welcome in. We'll go over to the Free Karen Read supporters in a couple of minutes.
I
wanted to get out here and just
hang on. Have a look at this. I don't know if anyone can see, but at the very behind me, you can see this bit here. But see that there's the lamp there, and then there's a pillow there, and there's a white thing just there. That's a cat. That's a cat curled up on the top of my couch. I shit you not. He's a big cat. All right. He's like 12 freaking kilos. He's huge. He's my big boy. But, Vinny. 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 Come on. Ooh, what have I got? No. He looked at me and went, naff off. All right. Sorry. Back to, where was I at the stage?
A good signal, because I know that there's a lot of satellite trucks out here today, a lot of media. Yes, the birds are singing. We got a chopper up in the air right here. I'm on a tilt, by the way, sideways. Let me do this. This might be a little better. The sun always in the way. Look at that sun. Perfectly placed right there to block everybody out. There we go. That's a little better. It's a little better. And it is definitely good to see everybody. How's everybody feeling today? Do we think we're going to get a guilty,
All right,
guilty,
Brian.
not guilty verdict today?
We've done that.
Instead of this stupid hung jury. Let's just let Karen.
Who's that?
Today
Is
is
that
the
Turtle
day.
Boy?
There's no evidence. Zero evidence. Hey, there's Aiden.
I thought it was. Yes, you look beautiful, Brian.
There's Aiden right there doing his thing. What's up, Aiden? How are you? You want to come say hi to everybody real quick, or Aiden's gonna come
Probably live streaming as well.
over. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy. How are you? Yeah.
All right, cool.
Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? Freedom Day today. Let's
What do you
go.
think? Today?
He's streaming as
I
well.
say that every day.
Yeah.
So take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Like I was about to say, I just feel like if you go on any comment section on any neutral YouTube channel, it's like everybody agrees she's not guilty. People who just started following this trial like this month or whatever, or like, since it started, they're all like, well, how is this even in consideration? So it has to be 11 of them. It's like the only thing I agree. So one of them is being a douchebag, and you can call me a massage therapist or whatever for this. It's a chick. Like, it's a fucking woman. You know how I know it's a woman? Because look who shows up with, there's like 4 of them here today, 4 welfare moms here today. Because everybody who says Karen Read's guilty is a woman. Like, did you notice that? Like, all the hags came in here, and they're all like in their 30s. It's all like, that's the demographic of people who think Karen Read is guilty. It's like 30-year-old women.
It's funny. It's funny though. You say about looking at the comment section stuff. I was talking to Maz Media last night. He was on my show. And we were talking about, if you just even look at national polls, people have taken the national polls. Like 90% of the people say that Karen Read is not guilty. And that's like 100,000 people responding to those polls. So why continue to hold this up? Let Karen get out of that courtroom today. This is fucking wasted resources and time. I mean, it's essentially what it is.
So there's got to be one, like there's
I think it's
probably one. So it's like, just, like whatever. Like how committed are they? That's what makes like people. I don't think it's a McAlbert plant, but I do think that like whoever that person is, right, is unwilling to be moved because they've almost guaranteed they've gone online and they've read shit. Like that's the only explanation for this shit. Thank you very much. I love it too.
How are you?
So appreciate it.
I'll let you do things, man.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thanks for your time. All right. Turtle Boy. Good stuff. Good stuff. Nice to see him. Nice to see him down here. But we're going to walk up here in a second. We'll say hi to everybody. We'll get out in the mix, see what's going on. It's getting close to 8:30, about the time that Karen usually arrives around this time. And like I said, I'll try to do my best to either live or just do some videos throughout the day to get you all caught up. If I can't upload from here today, I promise, when I get home tonight, I'll upload all of the footage. That's going to unravel down here today. It's going to unravel down here today. And I have a really good feeling that today is going to be the day. It's going to be not guilty day, free Karen Read day. And I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. So Let's see. Casey says, I really hope this ends today for Karen. I can't imagine the anxiety must feel. I mean, see everybody. Good morning. It's so beautiful out. Getting a little warmer today. Starting to heat up. Close to 8:30.
Deb, are you streaming today at all? Just out of interest, have you got a stream happening today? If you could let me know in the chat, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Well, Gabby, if you can tell me. I think we need some
How are
some
you?
nana time.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, stop. Nana time.
See what's going on out here. My signal might be bad. Near the satellite trucks now.
If you want to jump on and have a nana chat and a baby chat, feel free. I'll send you the link. Just let me know.
Good morning.
Everyone's wearing pink.
But I need.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Devin.
Yeah. How are you? Good morning. Good. Say hi to everybody.
Okay.
Good morning. How are you? See you again. I don't think so.
Oh, a bit of Prince in the background.
The other side's here.
Yeah. Pay them no minds. What do you think, Scott? Today's the day? Today's the day or what? What do you think?
I don't know.
Come on.
I'm so.
Optimistic. Come on.
I'm optimistic
Come on, Scott. Optimistic.
that one holdout juror is a fly in the ointment. You know?
The only thing that scares me is that they ended on Friday. The jury goes home. Let's say it's 1, and they can't. And they come back today.
How
and they go,
are ya? How
I've had
are
enough."
ya?
They tap out. And guess what happens? Alternate juror, and we start
Sidebar.
this whole process over again. They got to deliberate
Yeah.
again.
Well, I
It's bullshit.
suppose that's better than a mistrial.
Link has
I mean,
been
Karen
sent.
needs her name cleared.
Let me
Right,
know
so if
if
they
you didn't get it.
bounce that juror and put one of the alternates in, now they have to re-begin deliberations all over again to get the alternate up to speed.
I don't understand that actually. Do you know how that works, Bri, by any chance? There was talk over the weekend, something about if a juror decides that they come back today and go, yeah, nah, I'm out. I can't be bothered doing this anymore. Then they have to bring an alternate in and get them up to speed and start re-deliberating. Is that true? Like, I didn't think that a juror could do that. I don't know the laws down there. Anyone in chat enlighten me as to what those rules and laws might pertain to? Because so they can they'd have to start deliberations all over. A juror can say, "I've had enough. I'm out. Get someone else." Is that true? Because how many alternates have they got left? How many have we got? We got 2. Because we lost a couple of jurors, didn't we? Yeah, I'm with you, Gabby. Yeah, yeah, no. How are ya? I'll allow that. I'll have to do up my own Bev imitation.
Oh, fun.
Yeah,
you.
let's hope they just want to end this.
Needs that.
Go over that, all the facts with that person that's holding out, or 2 maybe.
Yeah.
Be extremely unlikely the judge would allow a juror to leave after deliberations begin. They have to be, yeah. But that's probably the 4th time I've heard someone say that in the last 2 days. That, let me go back and see what he actually says about this juror. Hang on.
One holdout juror is a fly in the ointment.
What do you think, Scott? Today's the day? Today's the day or what? What do you think?
I don't know.
Come on.
I'm so
Optimistic. Come on.
I'm optimistic
Come on, Scott. Optimistic.
that one holdout juror is a fly in the ointment.
The only thing that scares me is that they ended on Friday. The jury goes home. Let's say it's 1, and they come back today and they go, I've had enough. They tap out, and guess what happens? Alternate juror, and we're going to start this whole process over again. They got to deliberate again.
Well, I
It's
suppose
bullshit.
that's better than a mistrial.
Yeah, I mean, Karen needs her name cleared.
Right. So if
See,
they
I don't.
bounce that juror and put one of the alternates in, now they have to re-begin deliberations all over again to get the alternate up to speed.
The other side's coming.
Oh, fun.
Great. Yeah, let's hope they just want to end this.
Needs that.
Go over that, all the facts with that person that's holding out, or 2 maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's
That
1.
to be a massive theme over the weekend is that there's 1 or 2 jurors holding out, basically, on the rest. I don't know. I am leaning more towards them shitting their pants of the repercussions of having a not guilty verdict come out. Yeah, you're right. It would suck donkey balls. Absolutely.
I think it's 1. That's what I think.
Because I know the mainstream media was reporting when they were coming out of the building to get on the bus.
Yeah.
It appeared that there was 11 people
All together.
all together.
One person by himself.
Plus the alternates, but still.
Right.
I would, if I was a juror and there was a
Because they haven't
person holding out, and that's-
they haven't sequestered the alternates, have they? So then they wouldn't be allowed to be called back because they would have been exposed to what we know. What if the only holdout for not guilty was dismissed? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And I don't think what we see is even half of what's there, to be honest. It's good to watch, though.
At some point, I'd be looking at him like, really?
Yeah.
Good
It's
to
probably
see
what's going on.
such support.
It's probably what's going on.
This is beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no evidence.
Did you watch the same witnesses I
Right.
did?
Why is he wearing
You sit
pink
in the same
pearls?
trial. I
Right.
It's an obvious not guilty.
Right.
I don't know what you're thinking. I would start to get angry with that person.
It's probably what's going on.
I would. Be like, hey, we're at the 4th of July week. What are we doing?
How are ya?
Oh, here comes the
I'm
popos.
from Boston. Boston, Mass.
That was a good currency. That was a good one.
I must say, I'm very jealous of the sunshine.
Keep
Don't pay him no mind.
I don't think. No.
It's not worth it.
Oh, are they? Okay. Well, that's good. I don't think any of us are not weird, Gabby. I think normal is the abnormal.
Just stay out here.
I got some shirt.
Yeah, just stay out here today. Yeah, you want to do?
Need me, I'll do it again.
Yeah,
Did it
yeah, yeah.
Friday.
What's up, Nick? What do you think? Today's the day? Nick Rocco, by the way, if anybody doesn't know, say hi to the peeps.
He's
What
always
do you
in
think,
court.
I think we're waiting on one.
One.
Yeah, I think it's I think there's one waiting on of the lesser of the charges. I think they are stuck on involuntary manslaughter. I can't see anybody convicting her of second degree murder at all.
I reckon.
Murder in general.
I reckon being called boring is worse than being called weird. I would much prefer to be called weird than boring.
Involuntary or not, I cannot see how.
Oh, go away.
With all the
Sylvia.
reasonable doubt in this case, you're hung up on a certain something, and I'd be very, very curious to know what that one piece of evidence that they're stuck on would
Yeah.
be. Maybe it's the tail light in the clothing, but if that's what you're stuck on, we never got proof of that. You know, they claim that they found these pieces in clothing under a microscope. Well, how come they didn't remove those pieces of tail light and show them in an exhibit in a picture and that these were the pieces? Instead, they just tell us, yeah, we found pieces in this clothing, but there's no evidence of it. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's. And I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I don't know what they could be stuck on.
That, that's the one thing that I want to know when this is over. Either way that it goes.
Oh,
Okay,
hi.
from jury, whatever result is, I want to know from the jury what brought them there. Because that's the curious
I
fact.
think we'll find that out, and I think we will see a lot of these jury members speak out eventually at some point. As far as these people being intimidated or scared by us out here, that's the furthest thing from the truth. They get busted in the back. They get police escorts.
Yeah.
The only people that would know who these jury members are or that would go after them are the ones that showed up for
kind of
closing
protest.
arguments. No, the closing arguments to stare at the jury to potentially intimidate them.
them.
Not us. Not this side.
Oh, yeah, I know.
They know exactly who they are.
Right.
They do. Don't tell
I
me
think
Brian
that's
Albert
what
doesn't
it
know
comes,
exactly
No matter how many times they
who
try
they
to
are,
read, they never
where
can.
they
And
work,
everything, yeah,
Never
we
gonna
talked
happen.
about
anything in between.
Yeah, I talked about it on my show last night. Me and Maz were saying, you know, if this gets hung, like you said, it's they're never going to find anybody. And, you know, I laugh about it. Logistically, you've heard the courthouse bitch about everything that's gone down here. All the buffer zones, all everything that's gone down, all the roping off. Can you imagine if they have to retry this case? There'd be thousands of people down here on a daily basis.
It's gonna grow.
Yeah.
Defense fund will grow,
Yeah, everything will grow.
I think I just saw them go in,
Okay.
so I'm gonna walk down.
All right, Nick.
I'll talk to
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good. How are you?
Thank you. I'm going to actually walk down there myself and see. I think they came in from here the other day.
They're already in. I guess.
Oh, they're already in.
Yeah,
Oh, they snuck her in. Okay.
Which is probably best.
Bugger.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's good.
By the time the delivery vehicles get
Yeah.
over here, they're
Yeah,
probably-
yeah.
They snuck her in. Let's see if we can go back to court TV and see. Where is it? Here. Court TV's given us some lovely music. What does that say? Good morning from Colorado. It's a hard call. The judge, the Commonwealth, and all the friends and family of the victim have Mrs. Reed convicted for murder. Not sure with all the publicity that even with another trial, there will be a fair trial. Oh, Court TV is giving comments now from. There you go. Been a few changes to Court TV. Well, no, there's nothing on there showing her getting. Asked Court Insider about the opening remarks. She said they were really quick. It was finished in 40 seconds. Jury back to work. Okay. So there you have it. They are back. All right. These are the charges. Count 1, murder in the second degree. Count 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Count 3, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Hello, mister. But isn't the first charge, count 1, isn't that also related to a motor vehicle as well? Which is why hey, baby. Which is why I was confused why they hadn't reached a verdict yet. So, what about Law and Crime? Let's have a look at Law and Crime. Law and Crime Network. Oh, the fan, the only fan. Oh, there we go. Hey, mister.
Your report within for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Welcome to the court. Thank you.
Yeah.
Court in session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. We'll ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Yeah.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Right, so Mr. Fuller, we're going to send you folks out.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
In and out, just like that. Mrs. O'Keefe.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Stand to recess.
And back to the fan. Hello.
Hey, did you say hello to everybody? Did you? Mum, leave me. I'm eating my goodies. I'm eating my schmackos.
Don't disturb me. He's my special boy. So I have the 4 cats, 2 older boys, and then I decided I was going to try and do fostering, which was an epic fail, and got a brother and sister kittens that were, I think, 8 weeks old at the time, and fostered them for 2 weeks, and then went, no, you can't have them back. I'm having them. Thank you. So they're not, I keep calling them kittens, but they're 2 years old now. So this is Felix. He's the boy, and his sister is the princess, Claudia. So, but spelt Clawdia. She is the absolute princess. She's the only girl, and she knows it. And she rules the roost, basically. He's the spoilt Sukilala. And yeah, she just prances around, wagging her tail. Look at me, boys. Go away. She's a classic. And then you have Big Papa up here, who thinks he's the boss right there. He thinks he's the boss, but he's getting a bit old. And number 2 male, who's about 3 years younger than him, is just starting to vie for pole position, I think. So we shall see. We shall see. So, what shall we do whilst we wait? What shall we do? What shall we do? Maybe we should go and have a look and see what Brandy's up to. The only problem with Verdict Watch, there's not a lot to watch. Where is she? Brandy Churchwell. Actually, what's the Glera doing? I like the Glera. He's funny. He's funny.
That Will is extrapolating. Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm in an echo chamber.
Because
I love the projection. It's so much fun. Beth R.
The person that he's got up here is obviously watching his stream. I can't remember his name, but he is an avid anti Karen Reid content creator that Will quite often refers to. So let's have a look.
Thank you so much. Do you know of Sandra Birchmore, another Canton victim? I do know of her.
What he has to say
at home, and that may explain.
I'm trying to find. I want to find the Plevin where he's a fucking attorney, dude. Like, like I'm really in the mood to giggle at this fool, dude. I mean, because at this point, it's like, dude, I have to hear what people are saying in regards to like Karen Reid being guilty, you know, like what? I mean, I guess I could just here, we'll just play this for now.
But people that do it all the time, their body is.
He's talking about drinking.
Kevin believes that
I've got that. I can play
may
that.
have had a couple more drinks at home, and that may explain some of the blood alcohol going on that testing. I'm not, you know, it's so hard to say because the blood alcohol testing, which ended up, they have to extrapolate backwards to estimate what she was like earlier, and so that comes up with a pretty wide range. But I think it's all
okay. My man just said they have to extrapolate backwards.
Extrapolate backwards. Okay. Hang on. Whilst we extrapolate, I heard a little doop in my ear, and remove and welcome. Hello, Nana Gab. Nana Gab. Nana Deb. How are we? How was your weekend being a Nana?
It's good. I was so tired.
Oh, I bet you were.
So,
can you see the comments or not?
I can if I click the right button.
Okay.
There we go. Hello, Gabby. So we were right. She was in labor Wednesday.
Yeah.
But nothing happened until she was done with her shift. She was leaving work. She was walking to her car and her water broke.
Oops.
So I'm like, glad you didn't leave. She was at the hospital already. So it was perfect. But then, so that was around 7:30 p.m. because she works 7 to 7 or whatever that shift is. And
so she'd done a 12-hour shift and
yes.
The end of my long day.
Yes.
Fudge.
Yes. So
yeah, because that's what you want at the end of a 12-hour day.
Yeah, but I'm like, all that walking probably kept you going and you know, getting her started there.
Hey, Bob, welcome. I actually, sorry to interrupt you, Deb.
No, you're fine.
I actually was watching the behaviour panel over the weekend as well on body language of Karen and stuff. So you can't post the link in chat at all. If not, I'll give you my email address, Bob, and you can post it there, and I will try and link it. Sorry.
Yeah,
You go on.
He'll have to send it to you. Only your mods can post links, or you can post a
Okay.
link, I think.
I'll put my email in chat. Go on. So her water broke on the way to the car.
So water broke on the way to the car, so she goes back inside, obviously.
Oh.
And so my husband is over at my son's house, and they're working on some stuff over there. So my son calls and is like, I need you, take me up to the hospital. And
It was your anniversary too, wasn't it?
not the 26th, not Wednesday. So
Yours was the next day.
Ours is the next day.
Okay.
So we go up to the hospital, and she's doing fine. She doesn't act like she's like super uncomfortable, or she's not in that part of anything. And so I think my husband left around 11:30, and she just was kind of getting there and not getting there. She was trying to decide, when do I want my epidural? She wanted to labor for a little bit. I think they finally maybe did her epidural around 4:30 in the morning. But after they
How long
did
had she
it,
labored for then?
so if you, she knows exactly. I was fading in and out at that time. I'd almost been up for 24 hours, so I was like, I don't.
So did you go in?
Yeah, I
the
stayed in the.
hospital?
Yeah, so my son and I, we were all four back there with her, and then me, my husband, and my son. Then my husband went home because he had to work the next day, and so I can't remember exactly what time they gave her epidural, but then they laid her down on her left side, and she'd been kind of sitting up this whole time. And as soon as they did that, I watched the monitor just flat. Yeah, there was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But she was able to sleep, which she was tired, and that's what she wanted to do. Yeah. So then they came in and flipped her over on her right side. Nothing. And I don't have any idea what time it was. They finally set her back up, and that just finally got everything going. She was not progressing past a 3. And I asked her, like, how long does this go on? Because she works in the NICU.
Yeah. Did
how
they
long
put the drip up, the oxytocin, or?
Yeah, they gave her that. Yep. They had started that before they started the epidural. And it just, things just were not progressing. So I was getting worried. Like, how long do they let you go? Your water's broke. They don't want to keep checking you because your water broke already. And so they finally set her back up, and then she really went in, but her epidural, the pump wasn't, whatever that is, wasn't working anymore. So
I know how that feels.
So they're trying to get that going. I mean, she has sat here for a long time.
So were you actually in the room? You watched the birth?
I did not watch the birth. I left. Then I probably could have stayed, because at that point in time she didn't care. But I knew her wishes were not for me. It was just for her and my son to be in there. So I left. So she was able. So they came in to check her, and I'm thinking, she's got to be ready. As I've been watching her, she has to be there. If she's not there, we have an issue. The nurse came in and was like, oh, okay, she's ready. And I was behind the curtain by the door as another nurse came in to get the epidural going again. It's like, too late.
Too late. Yep.
So, but I think she only had to push for like 15 minutes. It wasn't too terrible. And my son said it was like she flipped that switch in her mind, and she just knew it's like, okay, let's go. It's time to do this. And I was like, Brandon, that's just what you do, because what else are you going to do?
Your body just takes over. You have no control.
You can't say no. You just have to. And he said she was laughing through the last part of it. But she had been crying when I left.
Yeah.
So let's see. I think she had sent me a message early, I don't know, maybe 9:30 Wednesday morning, and then Madison was born at 11:28 Thursday morning.
So it was
So
on your anniversary.
it was on our anniversary, and
Aww.
I told my husband on Friday, I said, yesterday was our anniversary, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, and from here on out, you and I are the only two people that are going to remember that the 27th is our anniversary because of her birthday. But yeah, she's good.
How much did she weigh?
She was 7 pounds 4 ounces,
Yep,
20 and a quarter inches long. Her facial expressions are hilarious. I mean, I just don't think she has control of her facial muscles at this point, because she can get that lower lip out and look pathetic and then frown at you the next, she's just mean mugging you. She did not care. Like they had a little bit of issue because her blood sugar dropped right after she was born. She wouldn't eat, and so her blood sugar got down 49, I think it was. So they were worried. Bree was worried she was going to end up in the NICU, and one of the NICU nurses came in and was able to get her to eat and get everything back up. But they gave her 2 shots, and Brandon said she was just yes, Gabby. Brandon said when they gave her the 2 shots, she was just like, eh. And she didn't cry. She didn't care. I watched him do a heel stick on her, never cried.
No.
I'm just going, I said, Brandon, when they did that
That
on
looks
you,
cruel too, doesn't it?
oh my gosh, he bawled.
Well, how far they
That
bend
made
the foot back.
Oh, it's horrible. And she her cries very quiet, and I know it's gonna keep amping up, but her expressions when they were taking her, they sent me a picture when they were taking her home. She just looked mad. Like, why are you guys disturbing me? She just
So they're all home now.
They are home. They went home.
Excellent.
Saturday. Yeah. So they went.
I think that was the scariest part for me was like putting this baby in the car and going, oh crap, I'm responsible now.
Now it's all you. Yep.
Yeah. I've got to drive this baby all the way home.
Yep.
I'm not qualified.
Yeah, and Brandon's like, of course somebody does some stupid illegal U-turn right in front of us, as we're I said, of course they did, and you're more aware now of all those things. So yeah, they are all home, and
Bree's settled, and
they're getting there. They're getting there.
Exhausted.
So, yes, I was gonna go. Brandon said, "Can you maybe come over yesterday?" And I'm like, yes, but I have a ton of stuff I have to get caught up on right at the moment too, and I ended up not being able to go. But they're both there; they're both home. So I'm like, you just have to take turns, resting. And but we had a storm come through that Tuesday, and they had one tree completely uprooted, another tree broke off, and he had to clean up his driveway yesterday because there was just everywhere, and I was just kind of like, don't overdo it. Just do what you can.
Yep.
It's not going anywhere, but he goes, I just want to get what people can see cleaned up because their driveway's long. So, but yeah, so he's off too with her for the majority of the time. So, which is really good. Because I never had that.
No.
We didn't have that.
No.
And my dad said to me, I took him up Friday and to meet his 9th great grandchild. And when we were leaving, and because we had talked about Brandon being off and all the stuff they were doing, and he said, it makes me feel bad because now I see everything that I was put on was put on your mom. Not that he intentionally was putting it on her, but
No, but they didn't know any better then.
no.
That
And I
was,
was like,
they
she
didn't
didn't know
even
any
watch
better.
the birth.
Yeah. That's what I
Yeah, and
I
that-
said. This is so different from when I did it. I sat there and just watched her. She probably thought, "Why are you staring at me?" I was like, "Well, I'm in awe of everything that's happening now versus when I did
Mhm.
it 30 years ago."
Yep.
And I said, back when I was doing it, they would kick people out of the hospital within a few hours after giving birth.
Yeah. I think the first thing I said to my mum was, "I'm so sorry." I never appreciated her as much as I did when I had my own children.
Yeah. Yep. And Bryce, she's an RT that works in NICU too.
Yes.
And they did, when the nurse came in, I don't know what happened exactly afterwards, and I haven't been able to just talk to Bree about it. I know she had to be on the CPAP for about 30 minutes, which I guess was a
Mhm.
while.
So
and
how
they
long was
when
she actually in labour for? Overall, do they think from 7:00 that evening until
till 11:30 the next morning.
Okay. So what's that?
So
12, 13, 14, 15, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16 and a half hours or so.
yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, when she was crying and she wasn't loud, they were trying, like that NICU nurse was, she was
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to aggravate her and get her going, and Madison was she just wasn't having it. So, but yeah, they were like, they said, "I wish she needs to cry louder," because I'm like, oh my gosh, her cry is so soft, and it's
She
getting
might just
there.
have a
So I don't know if
might
she
just
took
be a
a
chill bump.
She may. I don't know if she just took a
Mhm.
gulp before she came out. I'm not sure. I didn't want to ask Bree then because I'm like, I don't know if that's good, bad, and I don't know.
Mm.
And I'll talk to you about it later when you're not, here and everything is just happening and but they did so many. I said, Bree, when I had Brandon, he went to the nursery. I had to ask for them to bring him to the room.
Do you have a cesarean?
I did not, but they
went to the nursery.
They just went to the nursery, and
Oh.
now there is a place in the room for them that you don't.
Yeah.
They want them there all the time, and they had all these things at 12 hours. We're
How
going
old
to
is
do
Brandon?
this. 32.
Okay.
So he's 32, and my daughter is 29.
You must have had him young.
I did.
I was going to say, because I'm 52 and I've got a 25-year-old, and you don't look 50 at all.
Well, I'm getting ready to turn 51, so thank you. So yes, I had him young. I got married young, but it's not for everybody, but we're here.
Yeah.
That's what I always tell everybody. It's like, it's not for everyone. I wouldn't recommend it by any means because it's hard.
As long as he's safe and I know. Safe, healthy, and well, that's all that matters, isn't it? At the end of the day.
I mean, it's like I had my kids young, and then Bree's going, man, I'm 32, and she's worried.
It's getting older and older, isn't it?
I'm getting too old to do this, and so I know if they would like to have one more. If they have a boy, then they would stop.
Yep.
If they had a girl, I think they would have one more. I was like,
I said that.
Don't do that. You're going to have the weird middle child.
Yes. I'm one of 3, and I had 2 girls and went, nah, no more. That's it.
Because I told my husband, I'm like, we're either having 2 or 4. There's not an odd number going to happen here.
Yep.
So we had 2, had the boy, had the girl. That's it. I'm good. So.
Well, my husband was the last of his surname, so he has a sister, and he was the only boy child. So that name basically dies out with my children because I had 2 girls. So,
and Brandon is that if he does not have a boy, then
that name,
that's it. And my husband's cousin, because they thought he was going to be the last boy because my husband wasn't born yet, wasn't even cooking yet. He has our last name, which is it's a female name. So
yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Yes, Brian. That's
Yeah.
yes. We were. It's just so different. It's better.
Especially fathers.
Yes. And
Yep.
everything is better now. Like they, the whole skin to skin thing,
I
they
agree.
did that with
Yes.
Bree
Yep.
immediately. They did it with Brandon. There's just, it's so different and it's just so much better because
Yeah.
I don't know who thought it was. I mean, obviously insurance thought it was a good idea to kick new moms out, 6 hours after they'd had their babies,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So
So how long did she stay in for? 2 or 3 days or?
let's see. Well, she Wednesday night, so she had her Thursday morning, so she finally got moved to postpartum Thursday afternoon around 4, I think. And then so she was there Thursday, Friday, most of Saturday, probably till whatever that time she got moved over there Thursday, and then they went home. Her mom and her aunt came over from West Virginia, so I stayed away Friday and Saturday so that because I'm like, I can see her anytime, and they're from out of state, and it's not easy for her mom to get here. So just enjoy your time.
Oh,
with
so
your
her mum wasn't here for the birth?
No. So her mom is like
Oh.
almost legally blind, so she can't drive, and her aunt had to work, so she had to wait until her aunt could drive her over from West Virginia. So it's about a 6-hour drive. It's not, anything, horrible.
So is she staying with Brandon and Bree now?
No. So they got here Friday afternoon and left yesterday, I think. So I just kind of stayed away. So I probably will go over tonight and check on
So she went
everybody.
home?
And yeah. So I mean, she's like I said, she can't see, so she can't. It's not typical like your typical. I don't know how to say it without sounding horrible.
Yeah.
Person that
yeah,
could
yeah.
stay around and help. I don't.
Yeah.
So she's very reliant on other people, which I feel bad for her. But it's a genetic thing, and it runs. I think Bree told me of her grandma's 7 kids. I think the men ended up losing their hearing, and the females ended up
What?
losing their sight. So it's some kind of genetic thing. I don't know. It was horrible.
Sorry, I could
okay.
never resist doing that. I used to get told off in handover every time when I was nursing when we'd go through the the patient list and so and so's got a history of hearing issues, and I'd always say what, and they'd go, "Oh, Jody, it's 7 a.m.
It's too early."
I know, right? What?
But she
dear.
did. She had all like the genetic testing done before because she was very worried.
I wish I'd have done that.
About that, passing on to her daughter. And I don't remember the outcome. I mean, it was fine. I think they were both carriers of one thing, and I don't remember what it was. It wasn't anything like life-threatening. So they took the cord blood and sent that off. We don't have the results from that one yet. So, but like, don't worry about it. Just it's not going to change anything.
Nothing you can do about it now.
Yeah, it's not. It's not a mental, thing, or like mentally she's going to develop fine, and it's fine.
Yes.
And I'm like,
just
she already
checking
has your
court
attitude.
TV. Oh, does she?
Both of their
So
attitudes.
She's feeding okay, and she's.
I think so. They were, having problems getting her, to latch on and all that stuff, but they were working on that. And so Brandon will bottle feed her some of the little bit of the bottles of formula that they sent home. And then I think she's got a pump too. So I'm not exactly sure, kind of that maybe has not settled completely down yet.
Yep. That's the hardest part. I
Yeah.
breastfed both of mine, but I even like the second time I'm like, no, I don't need any help. I'm good. And yeah, after I think a week of pink milk because my nipples were bleeding because she just wasn't attaching properly.
Yep.
Yeah. So
It's
even having
difficult.
done it for 12 months before, I still needed a hand to get her latching properly. So it's
Yep.
not it's different babies, different nipples,
Absolutely.
different everything. And I
Yep.
mean, I could have been a wet nurse. I had so much milk, and that was half of the problem.
Oh, yeah.
they
Yikes.
would nearly choke when the letdown came. It was just like
Okay.
you could hear
blood.
them. And it was, and if they, for heaven's sake, if they let go, it went everywhere. It was just spraying. It's like if someone let a fire hose go.
Yes. Yes.
But,
I don't know, because Brandon, he never really, he wouldn't just take to it at all. I said to him, "Oh, you wouldn't have survived if there wasn't bottles, because you would not do." He lost like 10
mine wouldn't take
ounces,
bottles.
and the doctor was like, you have the weekend to get that 10 ounces back on him, or he's going in the hospital. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
well, guess we won't be breastfeeding then. Like, it's fine. I'm not gonna starve him to death. So, but he just wouldn't
No,
take
mine didn't like
to it.
the nipples at all, like the bottles. Even when I expressed and fed them that way, they couldn't get their mouth around. I tried so many different teats on bottles.
Yeah, and I just like
No.
when they were trying to get Madison to eat, they had this little bottle, and they're like, "Well, we can try this nipple and this nipple." I'm like, "Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, you guys
there
have
is so
all like
many of them.
so many
Yes.
things." And I just had to be like, "You either get this or you don't." Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's what it felt like. It wasn't like that, but
Yeah.
it's what it felt like. Just take this or
Yep.
don't.
No, Gabby, I haven't. I know they weren't televising the hearing, which was on the 28th. And I honestly have not had a chance to get on and see if there's been any document dumps, but I will be doing that today.
Give me a second,
So
because
no,
I
I
was
haven't
thinking
even checked my emails.
I can't. Here's the bad thing. I can't remember if I dreamed this or if it really happened that I looked at Ty's stuff. I don't remember if I really did, or if I dreamed that I looked at his stuff, which would be a really weird dream to have. But
I know I got a message on Messenger from Christina who said she'd spoken to Ty. So I don't know how she got in contact with him, but
I had seen where she was going to. I don't think she
yeah,
was
so she
able
sent me
to
that
stream it, though. I think she just had to talk to him,
on the
like maybe
phone.
video chat, like a jail video chat type thing. But would not be able to live stream it, because I think that would be not a good idea. Let me see this here. Because I was thinking that I looked.
Let me just check my
this up.
emails. Oh, alternate juror live in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Got it. Let's see. Here we
How many
are.
alternates have they got left? How many have we got? We got 2.
Why am I hearing you? Did I do something?
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
turned my phone on and I had me on my phone. Emails.
Here we go. All right. So it looks like so this has more stuff than what it did last time I looked. But it's loading like super slow.
I'm still yet to work out how Discord works. I really need to
Yeah, because there's pictures in Discord. I put pictures in
yeah.
there.
And last
All
time
right.
they tagged me in the document dump, and now I can't find where I was tagged, and I'm just hopeless. I'm hopeless. What can
Okay,
I
so
say?
6/20.
Yeah, that's
looks
the
like
date of the trial starting.
6/20, June 20th.
Oh, sorry.
So the state of Florida hereby gives notice to the defendant of prior testimony the state intends to introduce in its case in chief in the upcoming trial. Using the previously disclosed transcript of the defendant's trial testimony, the state will introduce the statements found at the following pages and lines and list those. The state of Florida does hereby request that this honorable court require the defendant to submit any objections to the above listed within 10 days.
Is that the minutes from the court?
That's from
on the
20th. That was
20th?
filed on 6/20.
Yeah, so that's from the previous hearing on the 17th, I think.
And then
there was another one on the 28th on
so
Friday.
6/25, defendant's motion, emergency motion to dismiss, emailed to JA. 6/28 was hearing of the motion, hearing CF motion. So it says in the court minutes, which I don't have like anything else I can read other than comments.
Are you on as the gavel drops?
No, I'm on the state of Florida. I'm on the Monroe County Clerk of Courts site.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
I've only got the docket.
So we got comments. So intent to introduce prior testimony of the heck was that woman's first name? Belmont.
Paula Belmont.
Yeah, so intent to introduce prior testimony of Paula Belmont from 5/19, and notice of intent to introduce prior testimony of Belmont from 9/20. Comments for transcripts, comments to release property from trial to defendant and state. And then, let's see. I had to go back a page and it takes forever to load. Let's see. Comment. There's a motion to modify contact order. I'm assuming that would be from Ty to Todd O'Quinn.
Yeah.
Modify conditions of pretrial release, motions for transcripts.
Yeah, I've got all those, I think.
Yeah. Notice of intent to use Google Earth during trial presentation.
Oh, I wonder if that's got anything to do with my
I don't know. Maybe.
Did you see that?
I've heard you did that on Steve, right?
Yeah. Months and months
Yeah.
ago. I dropped a pin and
Yeah.
we did a special on it. Oh, I wonder. That'd be good.
There's
Because that shows all of the cameras in the area. All of them.
And I don't know by who. I don't know. I can't tell which side. It just says motion court minutes, and then it just says what it is. So I don't know who made the motion because it doesn't tell me. Let's see. There was
Gabby, if you have a look under my community tab, there is 2 videos from. I couldn't put them onto my channel because Steve from Justice is a Process uses different software to stream on, so I couldn't live stream it onto my channel. So I had to basically put the link in my community tab. So there's 2 videos that we did together as a collaboration. in my community tab that is from Justice is a Process. I can't remember what he called it, but yeah, it was. If I can find the link, I will put it in to the chat whilst I'm streaming today, because I think we're going to be waiting a while. I think we might have plenty of time to do stuff like that.
So the last motion I see, which I guarantee this was filed by the state, emergency motion for protective order to prevent extrajudicial comments. So they are not talking anymore to any of us.
No.
So there's a hearing.
Well, that's what I'm waiting on. Stephen was going to try and organise a video conversation between him, myself, and Ty.
Yeah,
before.
I would say that.
And yeah, I don't think that's
probably not going to happen. I don't know, because who knows?
Christine
But that's
said she spoke to him, so.
But I think you
even
can,
if it's just a phone call, we can record
but I don't
it.
think
Surely,
I don't know. I would. I mean, if
Yeah.
Steve knows, he'll check it out. But
he knows
as
all
me, yeah, me being a layperson, I'd be like,
Yeah, me too.
I don't know.
Me too.
I
yeah.
don't trust those people down there. So to do anything that they could possibly, not that I think they would come after me, but sometimes I think they would come after me because they're so pissed about all of us.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like it's.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to get all conspiracy tinfoil hat about it, but I don't trust them at all. So there's a
Especially
hearing.
not with what's happening in bloody Massachusetts.
Yeah, I mean, so let me finish. I'll tell you about the trial that we're continuing today. So there's a hearing, a docket sounding on 8-1, and then a motions hearing, it looks like, on 8-2. So I don't know if he's waiting till 8-2 to rule on all of that stuff.
8-2.
Yeah. And then the trial, it says it starts on 9/6.
Oh, so that's the 2nd of August.
Yes, August. Sorry.
Your dates get me wrong.
You're yep. August. So
Because he's
August
due to
1st.
start in September, isn't he?
Yeah.
The
So
trial?
September 6th, I think, is a Friday. So I'm gonna assume that's
They're doing jury. Yeah.
Selection, and then it would start Monday. Is my.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just assuming. You know what that says.
Yeah, it makes an ass out of you and me.
So that's it on that. That's all there is. But you talk about just bad things, and it's not even on the level of Ty or the level of Karen, but the trial that we're watching in Judge Boyd's court is a bunch of teens that made a really bad decision involving illegal substances and weapons. One ended up unalived. A stray round hit a guy making lunch. He's gone. And the guy that fired the round that took out
Isn't
the
going to serve any
14-year-old,
time.
he's out. Everybody's out except for the guy that took the plea deal. And he's got 20. And then we're watching this kid they haven't yet put the thing in his hand. Sorry. And I'm just like, it's amazing to me. It is amazing to me that kid is sitting in that chair, if not everybody else is.
Yeah.
If he is just as guilty as everybody else, then everybody else is walking, he should walk. So I don't know. It's been really aggravating. That's what I was going through this morning.
So you following it live or just recapping?
It happened a couple of weeks ago. I meant to finish it up last week, actually, so I wouldn't have been that.
Oh, but you kind of been busy.
A little busy.
Good excuse. We'll forgive you.
I'm glad we didn't do it live because the jury deliberated for a long time. And Judge Boyd, you stay till they're done, and then they come back. And if they have to do a sentencing, you stay for that.
Yep. She's wicked, isn't she?
Oh, man. Excuse me. So, but I appreciate you putting my link up there.
No worries.
I
No
am
worries at all.
still
We need
getting
to
used to grandma.
we need to
So
come up with the next trial that we can work on.
yes,
After Karen Reed and
yeah, I've been kind
yeah.
of looking. I'm maybe we've got. I had 2 great things happen last week. Obviously, Madison was the best one, but then when I heard, oh, Sarah Boone's going to be her 9th lawyer and she's going pro se.
No, she's going pro se.
The judge said, "That's it, you're done." And
That's September too, isn't it?
I think so.
Or October.
I don't know. I haven't looked. I printed everything out today because I want to take a look at it. But yeah, I was thinking, all right, we have to do that because there's no way I'm not covering that. It's going to be insane. Because you got Ty, who's going pro se, who's serious. And he's really trying, whether we think it's a good idea or don't, he's trying. Then you have her.
Dimwit.
I mean, it's like, I was reading through her letter that she wrote.
Oh, I know.
And I was like, I only got through the second page and I thought, okay, I'm going to have some time to digest this stuff because why have I already been judged by the world? Like, I don't know.
Oh, I wonder.
Is that
Yeah,
video?
I wouldn't mind doing Madeline Soto.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when that starts. And Alexi Treviso? Do you remember her? The young girl that gave birth to the baby in the hospital?
Oh, yeah. I was watching stuff about her. There's
I need
I was
to
going
start researching.
Yeah, I've just been researching. Like I've been going through all the Houston channel, like that did the Ruiz trial, and I just have a bunch of news channels saved. So I just go check them every.
Yes, me too.
Like every day, but sometimes they make me so mad because they're like, "Here's opening statements, here's closings." Like I don't care about those.
Yes.
I want
Like
everything
they give
that's in
me all the
between.
information. I get everything set up. I've done all my research. I've done my promo stuff. I present it, and then I can't stream the bloody thing. It's like,
Yeah, because they're like, we're not going to show it.
Yeah. So, when does your stream start, sweetheart?
At 10:30. So,
3 minutes.
Yeah. So what I'm planning to do, if you don't care, if they come back while I'm on, I'm just gonna put your stream. I'm just gonna stop mine and share yours on my stream, if that's okay.
No worries. Pro se, you say?
Oh, it's so much, Gabby. It's so much.
Were you talking about Ty with the deal, or were you talking about who else were we talking about? Someone else? Oh, the young one in your case.
I would say that
might be talking about
I'd say
Ty.
she's talking about Ty. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he won't take a deal. There's no way.
Nope.
That's
Part
the
of me
whole
understands
reason
it.
he
Part
went
of me is kind of
pro se,
going,
yeah.
this time's not
'Cause
going to
that-
be the same.
That's him in his mind admitting guilt, and he's not.
It is. And I'm
he's
just
not guilty.
going, you're going to be
And I get
guilty.
it.
And I do too. But I'm kind of like, you can just take the deal, walk away, have a life. Because no matter what the outcome of this is, people are going to think you're guilty and people are going to think you're not guilty. That's the end of it. That's how it's always going to be. From now until the end of time, it doesn't matter. So there's part of me that like, just let them have it. I understand it. I understand why you don't. You know, it's like.
Yeah, I get it. But.
So I don't know if you want to.
If that's still on his record for the rest of his life.
I get it. I understand it. But he's always going to be known as this person.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing about it, or fortunate thing about it. I don't know, because who knows how it's going to turn out here. So I don't know.
True that.
So, all right. Well, I probably.
All right. You have yourself a phantasmagorical stream.
Well, if you like, you're welcome to come join us. Or
no worries. I might pop in and out as I am.
All right, I'll send you a link here. And
if anyone wants to get on over and watch the trial with Deb, the link I'll pop on screen now. She's alternate juror 1. There we go, and you can watch
We're gonna kind of just hit
whilst
some
we're
highlights.
whilst we're verdict watching.
Alrighty, I'll send
Did you
a
like my
link.
Bev?
I did. That was hilarious and well deserved.
Can't help myself.
For old Bev deserved every bit of it.
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't sad about it. I was like, that woman.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, allow it. The fan. And nobody's paying any attention.
Yes, to the smoke alarm.
Smoke alarm.
All right, sweetheart.
All right.
Congrats again. Love to Brandon and Bree and
Thank
Madison.
you.
Madison.
All right. I'll send you a link here in just a
Okay.
minute. Alrighty.
No worries.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And just for shits and gigs. There you go. That was Nana Deb and our updates on her nannering. First time Nana. Very exciting, very exciting. I can't wait. Can't wait until it's my turn for that. So hurry up, girls, if you're watching. I know they're not, but hurry up when you watch on the replay. Okay. All right. So obviously we still have a fan and a solitary and lonely smoke detector. So let's see what else we can find to entertain us, shall we? What about who goes live? That would be Brandy. Let's have a look at Brandy, shall we? She's awesome. So Brandy Churchwell from 13th Juror. She has both a YouTube and
in police cars and stuff, like the things that they were just so nonchalant about.
And a podcast called Conspiracy in Canton, which is amazing. So check them both out. She is the bomb.
Or just,
I'll just turn this volume down because it's
I don't know how you can
really loud in my head.
I don't know. I think I just understand some of the.
Oh, she's got
logic
her
of some
verdict
people's-
eyebrows on.
Pamela Campbell, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What about John's Apple Health data? Yeah, that's the thing. Is like the Apple Health data
yay!
and the
Now I've got to work out how to do
the
it.
Waze data are conflicting. And I don't like it when data is conflicting because I like to be
No
able to
worries,
rely on
sweetheart.
data. The thing
I
about
know
going
this
up a
is
hill,
really
tricking his
detailed.
Apple Health into going upstairs is BS based
have
on
a
the fact that I live in a hilly area and going up hills for a month. It records 1,000 kilometers climb as a hill. That's their story. Thank you, thank you. 26K, kind of cool, huh? Just a growing. Les M, thank you for super chat. I would love to hear your thoughts on the recorded unanswered call from Jim McCabe to her sister that morning. Microdots enhanced audio. Oh, I have not listened to their enhanced audio yet. I will have to listen. Microdots is very impressive.
Microdots is awesome.
Do you think Jim McCabe was looking for John O'Keefe's phone with all those butt dials? The thought had, like, when I was kind of arguing both both sides against each other. That's one of the things that I had said before that, you know, last year when I was talking about this, that I could see that being the kind of thing that you do when you're looking for somebody's phone. So if that theory is the theory that's true, then yeah, I could see that being, potentially what was happening, but it's hard to say because the same presumption of innocence that, you know, Karen Reed gets, they get as well. So I want to be very clear that I'm not accusing.
I'm trying to find that link now, Gabby. I know you sent it and I did see it pop up and yeah, I'm looking.
Them of anything. If I was going to be arguing both sides, then that is one of the things that I said that I could see happening with that many calls in a row. You can't butt dial that many times in a row because it's not just a butt dial where there's no voicemail or anything left. It's a call and then a hang up and then a call and then a hang up. You know, that's not butt dials. Even if Chloe bit him, that's not what killed him. Right. Arizona Rancher trial. That's the one where they didn't.
You have a new message from Gabby. Oh.
Who did you steal the eyebrows from? Some poor soul is wandering around without eyebrows.
Nope, it's not that one.
Did they ever specify if he was found on his back or face down? And the 911 call, Jen said that they turned him over, but I didn't catch that when they played it in court. Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, Carrie Roberts said that they, like she tried to like put blankets under him or something. So I don't know. All of that, that whole moment of finding him seems kind of chaotic, and it seems like we're getting kind of different conflicting stories from them about the details on exactly what happened. Thank you. You're brand new. I don't think half the DA's witnesses would agree to testify again. You know what, Lindsay Hendricks, this is something that I noticed or thought about. Was it last night or Saturday night? I think it might have been Saturday night as I was, because it was right after it was Saturday because it was right after I published the episode. Because I was looking at this. Okay, so the Jeep Grand Cherokee was mentioned, but he had the Chevy Traverse, and I thought about this after because he was trying to make it sound like the okay, remember when let's start that sentence over. Remember when he was talking about the how it could be, he was asking Lucky about the difference in a Jeep Grand Cherokee and a Chevy Traverse. The only other Jeep Grand Cherokee that they had, remember when Tristan came to pick up Caitlin in the Jeep Grand Cherokee. He was driving Caitlin's Jeep Grand Cherokee, and that was around 2 o'clock or 2:15 or whatever it was. I'd have to look at my timeline. So I think that he was trying to say it was that. Now the other, like he originally tried to kind of make it sound like it was a Jeep Grand Cherokee and not that, and then Lucky was like, no, because Jeep Grand Cherokee has, you know, this is more rounded and this is more flat and this is facade, whatever. He was very specific about that. And then he tried to make it out to be like, well, the time was wrong and you were really seeing the SUV. But if you remember, it was a Jeep Grand Cherokee that Tristan drove to pick Caitlin up around 2:15 or whatever. But even then, that wasn't parked on the road by the flagpole. He said that he pulled into the driveway.
All right, I found out how to put you in, but I need like your URL or username to put into the moderator box. And it won't let me copy and paste from chat.
Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell spoke out about Proctor in an interview yesterday. Oh, really? His termination from MSP is imminent. They can't eat for another trial. They can't wait for another trial to fire him. Interesting. I did not see that. I did not see that. My Apple Watch counts steps as steps. My condo is on the 3rd floor. I live in Seattle, which is full of hills. It doesn't count the hills as steps. That whole argument was ridiculous. When you're driving, I mean, I don't have an Apple Watch. I have one of the Garmin. I had the Apple Watch, but I don't even know where it's at. I haven't used it in a long time, but I have one of the Garmin ones. And mine doesn't. That one and the Apple Watch, for what I remember, has never counted a hill as a step. April Dawn, welcome. Hi, Brandy, new to the channel. I do not feel the Commonwealth proved their case. The injuries do not match with being hit by a car. I'm not into conspiracies either, but they left too many questions. I agree. I don't think they proved their case. I don't think that anybody has to necessarily believe the defense's theory or a conspiracy or a cover-up or anything else. I don't think that you have to even believe any of that to know or recognize that the Commonwealth did not prove their case. And that's my personal opinion. I know that some people disagree.
All right. I'm going to pause Brandy for
I'm afraid to ask
because I have another link that Bob has sent us. And hello, Grandma's house. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you. That would be awesome. I must say thank you to everybody because I am just shocked by the amount of views and watch time hours and subscribers that I've had over the last 2 weeks. I'm getting so close to being able to be monetized that I can feel it in my waters. So yes, thank you very much. If you could take the 2 seconds to click that thumbs up button, and I say subscribe, but it says subscribe on the button. I say support, because to me, it's not. It's supporting the channel by taking the time to click that button and saying, yes, I would like to watch the content here. But it also, I see it as supporting everyone within the channel as well. And I think that's what we're all here for. If everyone can, that's in the community can support one another, then that's my goal. That's what I'd like to see. So, yes, please do click that subscribe. There won't be any marketing stuff or anything from me. It doesn't cost you a thing. I just need a certain amount of numbers to be able to monetize on YouTube. That they set that, and there is absolutely nothing I can do about those figures. So the only way to do that is to click that button. So it would be very much appreciated. Thank you kindly. Now, one of our lovely subscribers, Bob Smith, has sent me a link for a video on body language with Bianca Triple M on YouTube. So shout out to Bianca. Thank you. Shout out to Bob as well. So how about we have a look at that? It's only it's a 10-minute video whilst we're waiting. This tab instead. And make sure we've got, yes, settings good. All right, add to stage. Thanks again, Bob.
Greed and the tyranny of injustice. A job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. A job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Preparing for today, I was reminded, quote, it's a quote about the truth. Quote, it's a quote about the truth.
Head down.
It's a quote about the truth. And those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time, and a third, and a third.
All right, what does that say? Hang on. Okay. And cheeks are pulled in, and particularly when linked with pursed lips, it indicates disapproval. Exposing the teeth in a snarl is saying, I'm thinking of biting you, and is hence a primitive and potentially scary threat.
This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving big things, small things. It didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Sure. Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep them close. don't record interviews, write vague and false police reports, omit witnesses' names, omit witnesses' interviews altogether.
Pause that so we can read it. Disapproval. Oh, suppressed anger if the lips are pursed. Corners down as displeasure. A lemon face, typically I normally call that a smacked ass face. Just. Oh, question from the jury. Oh. Thanks, Bri. We'll get back to that in just a second. Apparently, there's a jury question.
That's a good question.
Thank you, Bri. That was good timing.
You are unmuted.
We're back on the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor. We've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about doing thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony.
Of your bullshit.
657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before
She knows that.
And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
I hope he's not suggesting they do 29 days of deliberation.
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez.
Yes. Tui Rodriguez. What did I say?
Essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said that they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence.
She has to do it now. She'll have to do that instruction. And she'll send them back once. That's it.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is doing thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez.
Yes.
So, are they ready to come in, Jody?
Oh. Yeah, I think so. Are they ready to come in? Yeah, send them in. She was talking to me then. I know she was.
So why don't I take a recess? And then Nancy.
I wonder if it'll be word for word from the paperwork that we read out. But yes, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't. She wants if she'll give this instruction now. Send them back, and if they still can't come to a decision, she'll call it. She'll have to. Thank you. Hello, alternate jurors. Hello. Welcome. So, yeah, basically from Friday, we had the jury say that they were deadlocked, and Judge Bev sent them home for the weekend without an Allen charge or any further instructions, and said, come back Monday, and continued your deliberations. I don't believe you have shown, what was it, diligent deliberations, or whatever the words are. And they have come back this morning and have still fundamental disagreements within the 12 jurors. So she is now she's calling them back in to give them the instructions on the Massachusetts specific Allen charge, which is called the Tui Rodriguez charge, which is very much in favour, or in my belief, of the defence, because it clearly outlines the fact that if you cannot come to a clear and reasonable doubt, then you must acquit, basically. So this is what we're just waiting for the jury to come back in now, so she can read them this TUI charge. No, the note wasn't read on the record either, but apparently the jury indicated that they were deadlocked. Yes, a lot of people are saying that it's tainted, Bob. I'm not sure if tainted is the right word. I would suggest that they're possibly concerned about any future repercussions should a not guilty verdict be established, because that's basically saying that they believe that there is statewide corruption right through the police force as well as the state troopers, and living within that community, there could potentially be repercussions to them. You know, they're protected now. Their identity is protected from us now. But you mark my words, Brian Albert knows every one of their names, every one of their addresses, and everything that they do. So, which is why he was there when they did their closing arguments. So, yeah, I think that's probably half the battle. They're too scared. Too scared. AJ said hi to you, and then she said, oh, she can't hear me. No, I can't. Hi, AJ. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting your stream. But thank you for having me on there. Hopefully they won't take too long to bring the jury in, and then we'll hear this Allen charge. Tui Rodriguez. So the time is what? 11 a.m. there. What was my prediction this morning? We would hear something before lunchtime today. Jeez, I've been right on so many things in this case. Goodness me. I don't think I'm psychic. The way Lally was saying that in that argument to the judge, I don't see it as that complicated. I see it basically as head injury, car. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the rear of his skull, causing huge skull fractures, immense brain damage, and hypothermia. That's it. Well, not that's it, but they're the two things that we need to find out how that happened. But the medical examiners did not know how that injury occurred. And so it's the Commonwealth's case that it's the car that caused those injuries, yet both of the examiners cannot or have not agreed that the injuries are consistent with a pedestrian vehicle collision. So both the state and the defence. And both of the experts, the crash reconstruction experts, said that there is no way that those injuries could have been sustained by that vehicle and the position of where the body was found and all the rest of it. It is not physically possible. So in my mind, that's it. Reasonable doubt. So I must have ESPN. ESPN. Yes. Yes. So I don't know. But guaranteed it is probably one or two holding out. All right, so the court's on a short break. Should we continue watching the body language and come back to it, and I'll keep an eye on it? I don't know how long they're going to be on a break for. Yeah, we'll keep watching the body language. And I'll keep an eye on Court TV for when they come back.
High personal relationships make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most important, pick your patsy. What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative? It looks a lot like this. Because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much, illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. They talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the video. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car, ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at this, the Apple Health data, look at this other thing. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Read's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? That they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. It had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to Jim. Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the water call. They've been drinking in the afternoon. But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning, on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed. 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. And just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more intimidating is they both claim astonishingly that those calls are the butt dials.
Sorry, we have movement. Hello, Bev.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial.
Sounds word for word to
With
me.
all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously.
Wait for it.
In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment.
That's
In conferring
changed.
together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliver.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
There you go.
You are muted. Goodbye.
And that's it. That's the end. So there we have it. The Tui Rodriguez instruction has been given, and I reckon, what is it? It's 1:10 a.m. in the morning here in Melbourne now, which makes it 10 past 11 your time. I think they'll be back before their lunch. Yep. Let's see if we're let's see if I'm right. All right, let's get back to this body language video is really good. Brian Albert is very, very animated. Very animated. Oh. And we're
Brian Higgins. It's Brian, last name Albert.
How deep is that plow?
It was dark. Whiskey, I think it was 3 to 4 weeks ago. Fooling around. The TV was on. I remember the phone being on the bed. I threw the phone away. My phone was upgraded. Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways you can possibly wipe your phone. The best friend. He's a coworker of mine. He has a level.
All right, let me see if I can see what else she has on her. Let's have a look at what she's got to say about Michael Proctor.
Hello, my friends. Good evening. Nice to have you guys here on a Friday night. Today's going to be very exciting. I have prepared a show for you featuring Trooper Proctor, his body language, and all the mannerisms that I observed, and I'm looking forward to see what you guys observed as well. Now, today was a crazy day in court, but that's just another Karen Read day, right? Because this trial is the trial that keeps on giving. There's always something. But today we had the cameras go down, we had jurors interviewed, we had some jurors off the jury, and oh my God, at the end of the day, I've given the prosecutor a nickname. He is now Slimy Lolly. I can't take Slimy Lolly testifying on behalf of the witnesses, adding comments to the witnesses' testimony, and then just adding some new stuff without telling anybody about it. No discovery, no nothing. Slimy Lolly, you're on my watch, okay? But I want to say hello to everybody. Hi, Karina. Hi, Otto. And hi, Michael. We're going to start with this slide that I have created for all of you guys. We're going to check Proctor and how everything started. It's going to be a long one. Hopefully everybody can stay, but it's going to be a long one because I had to go through the whole testimony, okay? So here's my first impression of Proctor. Proctor came in testifying on direct examination, trying to put a front of remorseful, ashamed, especially when he was going through the text messages, right? Because Lolly had to confront him about those. And at first, I'm listening the first time and I'm like, okay, maybe he did regret writing all those things, right? But as I am here now, as I present this to you, this is no longer my opinion because I could see a lot of things from Trooper Proctor as I continued preparing this. So to me, it seems like he has a script. He has a script to talk about specific topics of the taillight, this, the car, the relationship with the Alberts. And when he is talking about certain things, he's going to display certain mannerisms, right? And it's important to remember body language is not a science. We're just here observing and we see what the person is normally when they're not under pressure. And then we look for clusters, the different things they do when they are under pressure. So at first, and I don't know if anybody remembers this show, as I was observing this person on the witness stand and other troopers as well, this is the show that came into my mind. I was like, these guys, they look like the observers from Fringe. And Fringe was a great show about time travel. So it has everything to do with this case, because remember, in this case, in the Sally Port video, there's like people coming in from the future and from the past. There's ghosts, there's all kinds of things. I don't know if you guys know this show, but it's a great show to watch. So let's see here. Some of the things we're going to look for in the body language that Proctor displays. I'm actually going to show the first video and then go back to the list because I don't want to confuse everybody. But here on this little small clip, it's like a 30-second clip. We're going to see when they talk about Jennifer McCabe was the one who called 911 and found Mr. O'Keefe that morning. He's going to show a little bit of contempt. And he does show contempt other times as well. Contempt is when one side of the mouth goes up, right? And he does it very well. I have captured here the still shot. And he's going to have the lips pursing, you know, which is like a sign of stress. Anxiety doesn't really mean anything. You're just just anxious or stressed. And he's also going to have like a constant eyebrow raise and furrowed forehead. And that's because he's going through those text messages. And from my humble opinion, looks like he's just like shocked that he is in that position. It doesn't look like he's shocked about the information. But let's watch this little clip and watch for the contempt on the side of the lips.
Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to
Waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned.
All right, so that was a small clip just to see the contempt on his face. Now, I was going through this book, what everybody's saying, and I thought this was very interesting for us to go over, the deception. This guy, Joe Navarro, he's one of the most famous FBI investigators, and he wrote several books about body language, and he is like a master of deception. But he tells us, he warns us that deception is very difficult to spot because everybody has different displays and mannerisms. We look for clusters, things that people show when they are uncomfortable. But here's some of the things that I thought very interesting. He says, obviously, displays of comfort are more common in people speaking the truth. There's no stress to conceal and no guilty knowledge to make them uncomfortable. So, number one, we're going to look for comfort versus discomfort, okay? And then he says, those who are lying or are guilty and must carry the knowledge of their lies or crimes with them find it difficult to achieve comfort, and their tension and distress may be readily observed. Attempting to disguise their guilt or deception places a very distressing cognitive load on them as they struggle to fabricate answers to what would otherwise be simple questions. So here is interesting because the book is talking about cognitive load, right? Your body's saying something, your mouth saying something, your brain is like, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense because it's two pieces of information that contradict each other. That's cognitive dissonance, right? So the face does things, the body displays things, and I see a lot of that in Trooper Proctor. We're gonna see some videos where I have like a face glitch, because his face is almost like as if he's not human and is making like a glitch of some sorts. So with that being said, we have this one last slide before we go to our first clip compilation that's going to be very enjoyable to watch. So on this first clip, we're going to see him doing some of the classics, the tongue jut, the disappearing lips. When he hears the name Karen Reed, he's going to do this thing on the bottom, like with the, oh no, when he hears her name, he does a tongue jut. And then right after that, he does the disappearing lips, or also called lip compression. These are, okay, so the lip compression is only manifesting from stress, anxiety, something's wrong, like my body is reacting negatively to this question or whatever. The tongue jut, in his case, I think is very prominent because this supposedly is the body saying, I got caught, or I got caught in a mistake, or I got caught doing something I shouldn't have done. And he does that as certain specific things, and the video clips are going to show that. So let's watch the first clip here. And let me see. Karina is awake so late, so everybody say hi to her and everybody else. Okay.
I've never met any of them.
Here we go.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to?
Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to
They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr.
Only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation?
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Sergeant Mechanic and I, Sergeant Mechanic and I.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Leading.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just,
Look at his face. It's so weird how uncomfortable he gets.
Trooper, in
gonna be with
addition
the
to
face
the
glitch.
shoe that you already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing?
We take an item for evidence. We'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized, and can they have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized,
I don't think any of us deny that he's a lying sack of shit. So I might have a look and see what Miss Churchwell
legal
Has
perspectives
so.
on it and, you know, all of that either. So this is like their first time having to talk about this. Yeah, Tui Rodriguez charge. So you're basically forcing someone to change their mind. Either way, it seems wrong. Don't forget they said evidence. Yeah, they said the divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. Consensus is unattainable. Oh, I was awake for that. Not guilty. If there's even one itty bitty iota of reasonable doubt, it's not guilty. Clearly that exists here. That's the thing for me, is if there's this many, hi Jessica. If there's this many, if there's multiple people saying that there's not enough evidence, if it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, and I was on the minority saying that there is, I would have to take a look at that, because if this many people are saying that there's doubt, then I would have to reevaluate. And maybe they have, and maybe they're still stuck there. But I mean, when we did the Mellie trial, remember they did that, they read the Allen charge during the Mellie trial and they still came back and could not agree. So this isn't saying like, all right, whoever's on the majority, y'all go back there and bully the others into submission and then come back with a verdict. It's saying, you know, it's kind of like a last ditch effort to go see if you can, you know, find any kind of compromise is a bad word, because you don't want to be compromising on somebody's, you know, freedom. But if you can find any kind of understanding of where you're coming from or whatever. Pressure is real for the jurors. I wouldn't want to have that pressure. I wouldn't want to have it. I feel sad for the entire group. This is something they will now carry for the rest of their lives. Yeah, the TUI is designed to say, if most of your peers disagree with you, search yourself as to why. Fundamental differences like support the blue line no matter what, that's not going to change, and that's not the way to look at evidence. But see, my thing is, I don't know how you could, to me, supporting the blue line in this case would be supporting John O'Keefe, not supporting the solo cups and the, you know, to me it would be supporting, and this is just me, it would be supporting John O'Keefe and looking at, you know, they did such a terrible job with the investigation. Spam risk 1111111111. That's a no for me, dog. I hardly answer my phone at all. And if you're gonna be calling me with a number like 11111111, it's a no for me. I thought it was going to be hung, but I'm still going to hold on to some hope. Me too. I don't want a hung jury. I cannot imagine going through all of this again. Oh, it makes my stomach hurt. Trial watching has ruined TV watching. I saw a court scene and I was like, nope, that's not how it works. That's true. I do the same thing. I can't remember what show it was, and I saw something and it was one of the things where like they're like bringing in last minute evidence, like running from the back of the courtroom. And I'm like, you can't do that. There's discovery rules. And like, I'm telling them how they can and can't run their courtroom on TV. Not guilty should not have to be unanimous. That's an interesting concept. If let's discuss that, because that's an interesting concept. If to be guilty it had to be unanimous, I think it should be unanimous to be guilty. But that's interesting. If it's not guilty, if it's like maybe not just one. I say one could be a hung jury. But if it's 7, 6, 5, what do y'all think? I think that's very interesting, actually, because if there's multiple people on a jury who feel like the case has not been proven and they see reasonable doubt, how many do you think it would have to take for you to feel like it would be a fair verdict? More than one? 2/3? Some are just saying one. Some are saying majority. That's an interesting thought, and I could see that. Yeah, I think guilty should definitely be unanimous. I agree with that. But not guilty should be majority, if that makes sense. I could see that. Wasn't Bev's last case a hung jury? The Chesna case was a big one that she did, and it ended in a hung jury. Gosh, I can't imagine. Oh God, every time I even say another trial, my stomach starts hurting. If it's a majority vote for not guilty, that should be considered a reasonable doubt. I think that's fair, actually. Yeah, that's because of the Parkland shooter. I know why it changed. I just don't like it. I'm not a big fan of death penalty. I think that death penalty should never be allowed in circumstantial cases, period. I don't think that there should be any exceptions just because there are so many wrongful convictions. I don't think it should be even an option if it's a circumstantial case. And I know some people disagree with me, and that's fine. This is just my own personal thing. I'm not a big fan of death penalty. Someone has the name I want. You're dead on, Brandy. Unanimous means everyone agrees. The evidence either says yes or there's reasonable doubt. TUI helps because if you're the holdout, why do you think everyone else is wrong? Is there a time limit on this or could it go on forever? They will be able to send another note saying we still, like, we came and read the charge and went through it and still don't agree. Hung is reasonable doubt. Yeah. The problem is, I feel like there are some cases where I know that people get away with things because of a trial having issues or, you know, things being done wrong. I know that like sometimes reasonable doubt can come from the issue with the trial or the lawyers or the evidence, you know, being left out, or, you know, there can be other things, but I mean, that is reasonable doubt. I think that sometimes it's hard because, and this is why the justice system is hard sometimes, because you can look at some cases where, you know, there may have been reasonable doubt in a case, and it is more of like a technical stuff or things that happened because of how the court system works, and, you know, you can or can't have certain things that are admissible or whatever. And then you look at things that are where, you know, there's a hung jury because of there not being enough evidence, or there being evidence that it, you know, that instead of showing guilt shows innocence. And it's just, I mean, it makes things so difficult. I wish I knew if it was 11-1 or 6-6 or 7-5. Yeah, I would love to know the makeup of how many think what. Selena K, thank you for super chat. Thank you for stopping the jury bashing. I love this channel. Yeah, look, I know that this is emotional. Everybody is emotionally invested at this point, and so it's hard to understand why people are not on the same, you know, thought process as us and thinking the same things, and it can get frustrating, but Morgan, I felt like asking, if this was your daughter or family, would you still have the same thought on guilt or innocence? You know, that's one of the things that I've said on this channel multiple times. When we talk about the presumption of innocence, I always like to use that example, because this is not going into something like, oh, if there's somebody sitting in that defendant chair, that means they probably did something bad, and now we're just going to hear about everything they did bad so that we can, you know, put them away and protect our families. I feel like the presumption of innocence, you should go into it thinking, okay, think about somebody who you love, trust, care about, whatever. For me, like, I'm thinking about, okay, like, think about if it's my kid. If they're saying that my kid did this and my kid's telling me I didn't, then I'm going to believe that my kid didn't do this. And the only way to make me believe this is if they prove it to me. So I feel like that's how we should go into each of the trials, is looking at this. Is this something that you can no longer argue with the fact that they did it because they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond, there's no other reasonable explanation. It has to be your kid that did this. It has to be your husband that did this. It has to be your mama. It has to be whoever it is that you love and care about, that you trust, that's telling you, I didn't do this. And have they shown enough evidence to prove to you that they did do this? There's no other reasonable explanation. And if the evidence doesn't show you that enough to change your mind, if it were somebody that you are wanting to really believe in, then that's reasonable doubt. But people don't go into it like that. People go into it waiting, not all people, a lot of people go into it just waiting for them to show you enough to be like, all right, that's good. Lock her up. Lock him up. Thank you. These are my verdict eyebrows. Breezy, thank you for the super chat. Can you imagine if they researched and found out about federal grand jury and info not admitted and they wished they said not guilty in the room? It breaks my heart. That's one thing that has always been interesting to me too, is some trials where you have, where's my chapstick? Where you have information that's not allowed in, and then they are able to get out and look at stuff that they weren't able to see before. And being able to see some of the information that that they couldn't see, that wasn't allowed in trial and stuff like that. That's one of the things that's always interested me too. What's the case about the one where, was she a murderous adult or was she a child? Y'all will know it. Y'all know everything, and I can't ever, names escape me. Gosh, what was that? Natalia Grace, yes. Natalia Grace, The Curious Case of Natalia Grace. That's one that when there were interviews with some of the jurors after that, and they found out some of the stuff that wasn't allowed to come in trial, they were pissed. Like, they were really mad. And I get that. I get that. If I was the jury foreperson, I would immediately send a note right back to Bev and say, we are done. Welcome. Is it Sa-Tai? Sa-Tai? Say-Tai? Sai-Tai? Sa-Tai. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How can you ignore the two unbiased witnesses at the end? You can't ignore physics. That's the biggest part for me. That was the biggest part for me. How long how long do you think it will be before there is another trial? Oh gosh, I don't even want to think about it. I mean, right to a speedy trial is what, 3 months, 90 days from the time of a hung jury, unless they waive that right. I don't know. I mean, I can't even. Oh. Oh, I'm so behind on chat. Mildred, thank you for super chat. Better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer. William Blackstone. Yeah. I mean, and if you've ever watched any of those shows, documentaries, whatever, where they find like the wrongly convicted people and like just the stuff that they go through and their family goes through, it's terrible. David, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Brainy. I discovered your coverage during this trial, and I think it is wonderful. You do a fantastic job of informing and entertaining. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't realize how far behind I was. The girl with the animals. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to our new folks. You look good in green. Thank you, thank you. Satai? I feel like I'm saying it wrong, and I'm so sorry. I joined today because your coverage has been so good. Love the podcast, and I really enjoy you being you. Wait, are you the blonde girl? I'm the blonde girl. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Natalie, thank you for the super chat. What do you think John's family feels about this? I don't know. I hate speculating on what people feel. I know that they have, believed that, or at least most of them that I know of have believed that she is guilty. I can't imagine them having to go through another trial. I cannot imagine them having to go through another trial. As hard as this one has been, I can't even imagine. Gosh, I'm way behind. I didn't realize how behind I was. Nico66, thank you for super chat. Can jurors request another juror be removed? No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I don't know how. Okay, I know that there's a case in Georgia that I was originally planning on covering on the podcast, but then they're going through appeals, trying to get a new trial, so I had to hold off on it. But they could not reach a verdict, and they had they were at a standstill, and the judge basically kind of offered for the defendant. They were like, well, we'll take, death penalty off the table if you are okay with replacing one juror and bringing in an alternate. And he agreed. And I guess he didn't know at the time that the one juror was saying not guilty. And they replaced that one juror that's saying not guilty with an alternate who then came in and voted guilty, and then they convicted him. And I wholeheartedly believe he's innocent. I started looking into that case because one of the victims, there was 8 victims, family members. And, well, they were all family members except for one. One was my old friend. It was her and her family and her boyfriend. And I started looking into it because I was like, I bet he didn't do it alone. And I started looking into it, like thinking I could, maybe find out who else, if anyone, who else could have been involved. And as I started looking into it, I was like, oh crap, he's innocent. Not what I was expecting. But they did that in his trial, which is crazy. RJ NLC gets a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps the eyebrows are confusing the newcomers. Could be. These are my verdict brows. Happens on verdict days. Except for last week because I couldn't find them. And then also because I had appearances that I was doing. Mark said they could, but it's up to the judge. I think they can if they are threatening other jurors. I mean, if there's like major juror drama, you know, if it's something like that, then I think that would be different than just like they don't agree type thing. Miss Kara 26, thank you for super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm caught up. Sorry, I didn't realize how far behind I was on chat. So if I missed your stuff, I'm sorry. I was trying to read. I was trying. I'm curious, have jurors ever gotten into literal fights before? I mean, it must have happened somewhere. No? Ever hear of it happening? I don't know. I can't think of. I mean, I know that we've heard that they've gotten pretty sassy with each other, but as far as like physical altercations. I spy verdict brows. Is it true that Massachusetts does not permit jury polls? They, well, for what, after? I'm not sure. I've heard they've thrown things in the jury room for, oh. Let's do a poll on if they think, if you think, okay, if it's a hung jury, do you think they will retry Karen? It makes me tired even thinking about going through this again. J Margaret, thank you for super chat. Could both be true. He got mad and threw a cup at the taillight, but killed inside. The taillight pieces were found and used to pin her. I believe she's innocent. Yeah, it could definitely both be true. I mean, I'm not ruling out any alternate scenario at this point that hasn't had
Hey, mister.
you know, enough evidence to rule it out. I think that there could definitely be truth somewhere in between all of it.
Hello.
Because that was one of my things that I said in the, you know, okay, because look at it like this. let's say he did throw the glass and hit her taillight. Like, let's say as she's, getting mad and she's backing up and she's about to leave because they were fighting and he wants to go party and she doesn't want to. And, they were fighting over whatever. And she gets mad. She's going to back up to leave. He gets mad and throws the glass and it, breaks the taillight.
Hello.
Okay. It could totally happen, right? Let's say that that's what happened.
Come here.
She had said that she knew, like, she hit something and she didn't know what it was. Let's say she's drunk, doesn't remember, everything's kind of a fog, but she remembers that loud noise from him throwing the glass and hitting the taillight. To me, that would make more sense why she wakes up in the morning thinking, and he's still not there, and she's thinking like, oh my gosh, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Because if she's backing up and he throws this glass and she hears this loud noise, in that moment, she is probably not thinking that she hit him, because why would she think she hit him? But she hears the loud noise on her car. She's mad. She goes home. Then she wakes up and he's still not there. And she's called him 53 times the night before and fell asleep. And so now she's thinking, oh my gosh, when I backed up, that loud noise, could that have been me hitting him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Kitty cat. Hey. So does everyone like my new
the taillight pieces were 100% planted. Okay, so in that scenario,
set up,
that would not have shattered those taillight pieces into 45 pieces, right? And it wouldn't have shattered them everywhere.
Randy's
So I
very
think in
loud
that
in my
scenario,
ear.
Both of those situations could still be
She's
true. Like,
fantastic.
it
She's
could
very
have
loud in my ear.
Cracked the taillight,
Yes, we have
broken
now.
the glass,
Kitty cam,
but not accounted for all of the
Come on.
taillight pieces.
This is my
So
spoiled
if the
boy who
whole
wants to go,
planting taillight thing
who's nagging me to go to bed.
is still going to happen, it could still happen with
He can't
that
get
scenario,
comfortable.
because it could have been like I said, I think a lot of them were
So I reversed
wanting to
my desk around. So instead of facing the wall, the camera facing the wall, the camera's sort of facing half of my lounge room, and added a couple of LED lights, which I thought had a bit of ambiance. Why not? But I've got a camera. My webcam is one of those cams that I can't like zoom into just a small area, which is a pain in the backside, because I'd like to just limit it to a contained area instead of half of my house, half of my lounge being exposed. Not that particularly worries me, but it'd be nice to be able to just one day I will save and upgrade. For now, though, we are G to G. And all the IT issues I had last week, it was my service provider. It was damaged cable outside of the property in the pit where the cable comes into the property. It was damaged. So I did upgrade the speed of my NBN anyway, which makes it phenomenal. So now we have super fast cable and no dropouts, touch wood. So I'm pretty pleased with that. Well, I would have thought that they would have come back by now with some kind of response, particularly if it was just one or two that were holding out. But I don't know. But I managed in that 20 minutes that I was
off air, off screen, I managed to finish off tomorrow night's soup. So we're having chicken and sweet corn soup. Well, tonight, because it's 2 a.m. in Melbourne. And I know that by the time I get to bed and get to sleep and get up tomorrow, there is probably a good chance that I wouldn't have been cooking anything reasonable for dinner. So I took the opportunity and finished that off tonight. So it's just simmering away now. And then I'll put it in the fridge overnight. And it'll be even yummier tomorrow. Well, in the evening of today. It's I actually really needed to have the weekend off, given that, you know, I spent I think 3 straight weeks, day and night, because I'd be researching at night, watching the trial, and then either recapping it during the day and prepping it, and then going straight into 3 days of overnight deliberations where I had to be live. I couldn't. Once you've committed and you've put a lot of effort into something like this, there was no way I want to miss the live verdict being read. So it was a matter of me trying to be nocturnal. So after 3 days of that, I pretty much crashed, and yeah, I really, really, really needed to just, in fact, I went and watched Jeremy Clarkson because I had to just get Karen Reid out of my head just for a little while, because I've lived and breathed Karen. And that's no fault of her own. Like that's just me. Once I've committed to something, I am. So, but as I said, you know, that's nothing compared to what poor Karen's had to go through. So I need to suck it up and get on with it. So I'm hoping that we do get a verdict tonight, not just for me, but for her, so that she can start to move on. And, you know, she probably hasn't had a chance to grieve. She hasn't had a chance to do a great deal at all. So it will be a massive, massive weight off her shoulders. And yeah. So 2 o'clock, the lunchtime break in court over there, is it between 12 and 1 or 1 and 2? Because I know Bev specified that they're not to bring out any notes or have any verdicts during the lunch hour. Heaven forbid that they disturb her lunch hour. And I'm not sure if that lunch hour is 12 till 2, like if it's now for an hour, or if it's at 1 for an hour. If anyone knows, and you could let me know in chat, that'd be great. Oh, I haven't got Brandy up. Oops.
Car came in, you can see that it's white right there. So like it, so, and that's not the damaged one. So we can see that there's white right there.
And I am watching
when they're off. So
Court
it is
TV too. So
kind of hard to see. And then you think about that. I keep going back to the picture of the taillight when they took the pictures in the Sallyport, and it has that huge just chunk of everything missing except for like the one little red piece, right? And it's like the whole thing is completely busted out. And to me, that just, it just doesn't, you know, it doesn't add up. But I think that, like Miss Kara saying, like they appear white when off. You can tell that in that Sallyport video when they bring in the car and you're looking at the side that's not damaged. Before we knew that it was the side that's not damaged, when they didn't tell us it's inverted.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see how it's white on there. And when you're looking at that and it looks white, I think that that was kind of a win for the defense, honestly, because like when you look at it and you look at it and you see that white and you're like, oh, okay, it's broken right there. But it's not. It's white lens right there. But it just lights up red. Brad Martin, thank you for super chat. Brandy, was there early testimony by a police officer saying someone broke their light while it was being removed? In Gallagher's cross-examination, I think is what it was. Jackson asked him if the taillight was, I can't remember exactly how he worded it. Something about, was the taillight shattered when they were removing it? And he said yes. Uh-oh. Sirens. There's been so many beach rescues, people getting in the water with these riptides. Crazy. But yes, that was Gallagher. Proctor should get suspended for his conduct. He is not supposed to discuss any homicide or crime scene with family and friends. Can he lose his job for this? He had a WhatsApp group. He is still employed with Massachusetts State Police somehow, but I don't know how. I think he should be gone, but what do I know? What do I know? Can you put some makeup on your eyebrows? I can't look at you. Nope. You get what you get. You don't pitch fit. Isn't that funny though, how that turned into a whole tradition? Can you put something on your eyebrows? I can't look at you. Isn't that funny how that turned into a whole tradition? Who knew? Who knew? They're my verdict brows. CM said maybe we can have a moment of silence for Officer John O'Keefe and to send prayers, good vibes, etc. to the jury. Jesus or whatever entity you believe in needs to be in that jury room. I think they need something. Robert H. Brandy literally on a beach. Yes, the beach rescue is. They have people that have been getting in the water, and it's riptides have been really bad the last week or so. According to Toyota, Lexus, the light bulb inside is white, not red. I saw this argument on X earlier. What the inside, but on that side is the side on that bottom. Remember on the Sallyport video? That's what I'm talking about. The lens right there is white. So then when the lens is white, and I think people are expecting it to be a whole red thing, that part right there that's like where you have like the red right here and then it's like the white right here. Remember on that Sallyport video, we could see the white right there. So then if you don't know that it's the white right there, then it looks like busted out. If you don't know the whole thing, like know how the colors are on there.
Let's watch a bit of the glare
for now.
But people that do it all the time, their body is
He's talking
acclimated
about
to it, you know?
drinking.
Kevin believes that Karen may have had a couple more drinks at home, and that may explain some of the blood alcohol going on that testing. I'm not, it's so hard to say because the blood alcohol testing, which ended up, they have to extrapolate backwards to estimate what she was like earlier, and so that comes up with a pretty wide range. But I think it's also
okay. My man just said they have to extrapolate backwards. That's okay. You see what he does right here? You see what this fucking asshole does right here? He says they have to extrapolate backwards. No, dickhead. What they did was he's trying to act like they used a fucking a blood alcohol test with a flux capacitor. You know what I mean?
Flux
like,
capacitor.
no, bro. Like, I mean, right. That's what I'm saying. Microdust caught that shit. Like they had to.
Well, that's who we can watch next.
You mean they fucking guessed? They estimated. That's not. You can't even convict on that. Like if I was a fucking, I would assume if I was like a first year defense attorney, like public defender, I would be like, what? You guessed the blood alcohol level of what it was based on her blood alcohol level now. You just kind of guessed of what it was a couple hours ago. What kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? And then this guy, he uses words like excapulate. Like, shut up, dude. Like, you're sitting here acting like this is some sort of science. There's no science to that. That's just guessing. The law does not allow for guessing. You can't guess evidence, bro. It doesn't work that way.
it's also consistent with the number of drinks that she actually had, and knowing Karen's habits from Natalie. Karen drinks every day, strawberry and vodka.
Perfect example of a plevinism right there.
At about 5 p.m. So she probably had been drinking before she met John at CJ McCarthy's.
Well, I've always said that was my belief, because most people
is that
before they
coffin
go out pregame, they grab a drink before because it saves them money.
That's not most people, bro. That's not most people, Twattendoffer. That's fucking alcoholics.
I was right.
Okay? That is alcoholics, bro.
That's one for Gabby.
Like, what is she talking about? I mean, I guess she's talking about herself. Because no, Twattendoffer, most people don't pregame when they, like, college kids do that shit. College kids, but fucking college kids and alcoholics do that shit. Not regular people who are like, oh, we're gonna go get a drink. We're gonna go get a couple of drinks.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I think that's the philosophy, right? Like, if you want to have a couple of drinks out and you have one already, plus you might be looser, you feel more comfortable or whatever. I see people do it all the time. And that's my philosophy on that glass that's on the bumper. Is I could see them just getting in this rage or fight. He's got his glass that he took.
Your philosophy? Your philosophy? Who are you, fucking Socrates? Your philosophy on what happened? You're a fucking FBI agent and you're philosophizing on what fucking happened in a crime? Like, don't you mean speculate?
Yeah.
What, you're philosophizing?
He took from the waterfall and he sees there's liquid or alcohol in her glass and she's going to be driving, and I could just see this is totally a theory of mine. So
okay, well, there you go. You're theorizing. That's a better word.
Some sense of factual basis, because we know there's a secondary glass in the bumper. And maybe could this have even been part of the fight? You know how drunk. You know how
Mhm.
people. I mean, you just never know.
All right.
So
And
what,
him grabbing that glass out. So I agree with you.
what
I
is
think
your
it's never
theory?
set
What?
To see, this is totally a theory of mine. So,
Mhm.
but and he see him just getting in this rage on that glass. I see people do it all the time, and
Yeah.
that's my philosophy on that glass that's on the bumper.
Mhm.
Is I could see them just
Oh,
getting in this
I
rage or
just
fight.
realized
He's got his glass that he took from the waterfall.
I can go on to alternate jurors. Oh, duh. It's only 2:00 in the morning, and I've just realised that there's a possibility that I could get onto alternate jurors stream, jump in her chat, and stream her page whilst we're waiting. I am not an idiot. No, not an idiot at all. There we go. Do get on over to AJ's channel. She's macing. Okay, let's have a look.
Stop the car and then approaches the student.
Surprise!
The guy that's scared.
Hi!
Your buddy. He gets on
Can't
the
see me. She
passenger
can't
side
hear me.
to go
Let's
walk towards the dude.
let's send a message and surprise her.
What side was he coming to the car? To the passenger side.
Oh no, I don't want to send it. That one. Let's switch account. Switch.
Missed the first couple shots. Like to us, he did. I'm not sure if that's whenever they started hitting. Because my friend was shooting like that point. Like, so it's like he was right there where the
Oopsie.
store was at, and he was shooting this way. So that's why I was. And but whenever my friends are shooting, they
What was
Might
the
as well
guy
watch
that took out front? What was he scanning?
another trial whilst
the house was right there because of the.
Okay, so from where that guy.
we're
started
waiting,
firing,
hey?
That means your buddy, the dead guy, he had to walk as far as the dumpster, right? Okay.
Because my friend was right there, like right there where the ghost was.
Okay, but he took it on upon himself that he was gonna go jack this dude. For what purpose?
Because he had a gun that it wasn't like I'm saying, so it wasn't planned, it was just because he had a gun and my friend saw that he was like, hey, yo, get in here, I don't know, my friend that the sheet made the gun, he's like, well, what's up? And that's whenever he's like, hey, hold on, because he started going like this slowly, like he started going like this, just slowly on everything. And my friend's like, hey, what you doing? You got a gun here, what you doing? What you reaching for? And he's like, well, like, you good, go ahead. And he's like, nah, and my friend, he got your gun, watch out. And he was reaching for it. All that happened, and then they were arresting. And there was a couple of shots fired from him, and then we all started cooking, and then my friend, I know, I only fixed those, and all started this shot. And then he shot at us, and then he had shot my friend. And
Okay, we're not to that point yet about all that shooting. But to your knowledge, to what you know, your buddy, the dead buddy, he was gonna go jack this dude up.
Yes, sir.
What was he gonna jack him for?
I don't know, because he freaked out because he had a gun. Like it wasn't.
All right, about to send her a message. Wait for the
So he had a gun, why not just?
wait for the response.
Because he was gonna, we didn't know what he was gonna do. We didn't know if he was gonna try and rob us, like shoot at us and take off, or we didn't know what. So we had basically we had a gun point, sir.
Okay.
So we did.
What purpose did your friend, his dead friend?
I can't speak for him. So
Why would you do that?
We are listening to the defendant over there get interrogated by what the state said was I'm going to paraphrase them, a crappy interview by this detective. We can't see any of the video because Judge Boyd never lets us. So we're just listening to it. So far, the only thing I've heard him say that kind of contradicts what they've said all along is that he said he wasn't in the front seat. He's never put a weapon in his hand. This guy hasn't put a weapon in his hand. He's seen the video from the store, we have not. So also, Jody, I'm gonna make you a mod just so that I can see you better in here. You don't have to do anything with it. You can be the laziest moderator ever. Don't worry, Gabby does all the heavy lifting in here. But it just makes it so I can see you.
There was a gun.
Because I don't know, maybe just because he had one too. I'm not sure. It wasn't planned to start being. I don't know if he had one too. If he could, I don't know. He just, it wasn't, like I'm saying, it wasn't like some, hey, yeah, let's do this. It wasn't planned to start. And my friend just wrestled with him. That's the only reason.
Okay, when they wrestled, where did they wrestle?
When
Where did they wrestle?
they were right there in front of the chest, like right there with the
No,
the
the video didn't show that. The video shows them more close to the car.
Oh, they're like right there, like close to the car, and like we're not close to the bottom enough, sir. So I was like looking because they had to start doing that. He had a gun, and then that's whenever when I looked, he was already like there, like I listened, so I just started looking.
All right, hang on.
I'm really looking forward to the cross.
Fast forwarding the video to 17:27:56.
So we're clear. Josh is the driver.
Yes, sir.
Chris,
That's the one that did.
where was he sitting?
I'm gonna just passenger.
Where was he sitting?
I've been passenger. I was
Back passenger, maybe?
well, yeah, well, it was that was in the front. That's where he had helped up. I just started looking, but
Okay. So they're watching the video over and over right now, and that's who I called. Y'all sat at the gas pumps for a long, long time.
yes, sir.
And then the guy walks up, he's at the front of the store.
Yes, sir.
Front, it's not by the dumpster, it's by the front.
I don't know like what he was
So
saying.
the dead guy wanted to jack him.
He helped out because I don't know, like he's like, I don't know, sir, I don't know what he was thinking, but he had said he had a gun and then actually he had just hopped out, sir.
The guy never showed a gun. The camera showed.
No, sir,
the camera.
we seen it, that's why we had started freaking out.
Okay, you may have
Seen the extended, he had an extended clip.
Okay, you may have seen the gun, but he wasn't pulling forward, he wasn't reaching for
So he was standing like.
it. I understand that, sir.
I know, sir, but I'm just trying to tell you like.
Where were you sitting in the Suburban?
I was in the back.
Where?
In the back in
The middle?
No, not the middle, the other one, like I'm not.
Behind the driver's side? Okay, how could you see all that if he's standing right to about the passengers?
So it's not, it's like a big Suburban like this, we're just looking right there, like, we can see like, where the windows rolled down, sir, it's like, we can.
Right.
He's standing right there, like, at the drive, and he could, like, everybody can see him, sir. It's not like, it's not like you can't see him or anything. Like, we all see him, we're just looking at him, sir. That's what my family has to do.
When someone said he had a gun, was your friend, did your friend already jump out before or after someone said maybe it's a gun?
He said that after he said that, my friend hopped up and that's when they started rescuing me. My friend started to think.
Something made you guys get out of that car, or not you guys, because no one else got out. Something made your buddy, the dead guy, get out of that car. What made him get out of the car?
Well, I can't say. I don't know. We weren't playing it. So that's what I don't know if we're trying to we weren't playing. So we don't know the guy. We don't know his name. We don't know nothing about this dude. It wasn't planned. Nothing was planned. We were talking, and we had just started with the gun. And my friend, I don't know. They weren't whispering nothing. I didn't hear them whispering nothing. Hey, get out! But I think nothing was just there. And I was just looking at him, and I see my friend. Hey, he got a gun. And my friend got out.
Who said that?
One of the, what's his name? The computer Jeremy. He's like, that's a good. I told him they had got out the car, or not. They were Jeremy.
What's Jeremy gonna tell me?
I don't know. I don't know if it was Jeremy or Chris, the one of the dead one or not. That's just been like saying the same thing, but I don't know if it was Jeremy or Chris. That he got a gun, but he got a gun. He got a gun, and that's whenever Chris, the brothers didn't know, open the door, and that's whenever they started.
Have you returned to change your mind?
I am, sir.
Why don't you tell me the truth?
That is, sir.
No, it's not, sir. I know damn well that's not the truth. If a guy has got a gun, why not get the fuck out of there? Why did someone have to jump out? Because the intentions weren't because he had a gun. You guys don't have a fucking badge or a gun. Well, you have a gun, but you don't have a badge to serve and protect. What's your reason behind getting out of a fucking car?
I didn't, sir. I didn't.
I'm asking, what is the reason for your friend to get out of a fucking car if the guy's got a gun?
I'm not sure, sir. They just.
What was the plan?
We didn't have, he just.
You may not have the plan, but someone in that car did. Because you don't strike me as the kind of individual that says, let's jack this dude. So now's the time. You want to be in the military? Now's the time to come clean.
So they were trying to, I don't know, sir, I don't know how to explain. There was just, he came and everything was happening so fast, sir. And
Well, I have nothing but time. Explain it to me.
I know, sir, but I'm just trying to, I don't know how to explain it, sir.
Yes, you do. You tell me the truth.
That is the truth. I was, I don't know how to explain it. The dead guy just walking around, sir, just, I don't know.
The dead guy wanted to rob him. Yes, you do know. Don't tell me you don't know. Because you wouldn't be saying that he was trying to rob him if you didn't know.
Sir,
Okay,
obviously.
let me
Jumped out the car, sir.
What was your first name again?
Oscar.
Oscar, let me explain something to you. When you start to say stuff like that, you're trying to tell the truth, but then you catch yourself.
No,
And
sir,
you say, I don't know.
It's just because, obviously he was trying, obviously you're gonna think someone's gonna try to rob me if they hop out the car. That's what I'm thinking. If I'm walking or if I call someone, they just end up popping out the car. That's what I'm thinking. They're trying to. So obviously, sir, I can't speak for you. I don't.
Well, someone else had to know what was about to take place. The driver. He had to have known, right? You would think, because what if your dead friend jumps out and all of a sudden the driver takes off because there was a gun and then he's left there in the open? So someone else had to know the plan. Sir, help yourself out right now. I'm telling you, this is.
All right. Again, we can't see the video because Judge Boyd doesn't show us. The kid that jumped out of the car was 14. The driver was the brother of that kid. Maybe he did know. Maybe Oscar didn't know. I don't know, but they had it going in that it was him, and he's the only one they're talking to because he's the adult. Everybody else is a minor, and they don't talk. Well, I don't know. Eventually, maybe they talk to him, but he only talks to him, the defendant, because he's an adult. He's 19 at the time. It was all a bunch of bad decisions, all of it. And so my opinion might be changed if I could see the video of where and how people got out of the car. They still have not put a weapon in his hands at all. Oh, there you go, Jody. Well, you know what? I finally figured out how to tell my members how to put up their monthly member chat that they get. Gabby and I have been discussing it, trying to figure it out forever now. And I finally found it today. A day of discoveries. Oh my goodness. I guess we can all go to bed now. We've all learned stuff for the day. We're good. We're good. I'm trying not to get angry at this cop or this investigator because I keep telling myself, I haven't seen the video. I haven't seen the video. I don't know what he saw. Just seems he had an agenda and it was that kid's fault. They haven't talked about yet. They were all there for the wrong reasons. They were there to do a deal. The guy that was the dealer brought a weapon. There's 3 other weapons in the car. None of them have clean hands. The whole situation's awful. Stupidity. Teenage minds. We're dumb at that age. Sorry. We are just dumb. We can't think the consequences through of what we're getting ready to do. Not at 14. Not at 17, 19. Yes, Gabby. Yay, all of us. Oops, I tried to hit
I'm gonna go back for you.
So how, I didn't.
Because you're in a party that's responsible for 2 people that are dead. Okay, let me explain that to you in the state of Texas.
I know, sir.
No, you don't know, because you're sitting here fucking talking to me right now.
Oh.
That's why you don't know shit. Okay?
Ooh.
You come clean.
So
What was the plan, sir?
So they were trying to.
Don't tell me I don't know. What was the plan?
I'm not, okay, my fault. I don't need to say I don't know what. They were trying to rob him. I'm not that type of person to rob someone. I'm not.
I know you're not. Or else you would have been the one jumping out of the car. Or else you would have been the one driving that knew the plan. So that tells me that 2 people knew the plan right there. The driver and the dead guy. Because the dead guy's not gonna get out if the driver's about to take off. You must have overheard something. And now's the time to tell me what you overheard. You did to what?
Them 2 that wanted to do it at first. And
Do what?
And wanted to rob him at first.
At first.
When they tried to, I know they tried to, but when they were talking about it, because they have the.
Well, obviously they didn't succeed, right? Because the guy got away. What were they trying to rob him for?
Dad just said, because at first they were like, what's he done? And that's when he said, I got something I remember, like, let's get over there. Because he was like talking when he was running, not when he was coming to the car. He's like, let me know. That's when, like, what you got? My friend was a mosquito.
What friend?
The one that's been.
You said, let's get him?
That's when the driver was just like, no, I don't even know.
And when we're talking about the driver, we're talking about Joshua, right? Joshua Mejia? Okay.
I don't know. He's like, hold on, I don't know. That's what. I don't know, he was just saying, hold on, because I wanted to see if he had anything first. And then that's whenever my friend, the priest, the one that they not just said he had a gun, and that's when he got out.
But your intentions were to rob him, not your intentions, but people in the vehicle. The intentions were to rob this fucker, right?
When he was, I don't know, this son was pulling the gun first, right?
Oscar. Keywords to stay away from right now. I don't know is not gonna work. Okay, stay away from I don't know, because you do know. Okay, so let's stay away from I don't know. Okay, let's just get rid of those words. All right. So you know it was talked in the car, and now's the time to tell me.
So I mean, my fault. I wasn't a part of that. I wasn't like, I wasn't a part of like, I'm not the type of person that hop out of like, I know,
What was discussed between the driver, Joshua, and the deceased, Chris?
At first, when I saw him, when he first called us, and he's like, "You didn't know," and then that's whenever Chris doing it, and like everything I see, but we guys get up, my friends and us was just like, I don't know, let's see. So whenever he's like, hey, what's up? And he's like, well, then that's whenever he's on the need that. And he also, I don't know if he was trying to rob us at the same time. We saw his go, like, he has a gun, and then they just, that's whenever he started happening. That was just,
Maybe his gun was taken out because he knew what you guys were gonna do. Could that be the possibility?
Sir, we weren't trying to rob, I wasn't trying to rob this dude. I was not trying to do the rob this dude. I mean, my first, like, shooting I've ever been in. I was shaking up. My friend just died. Another friend is, I don't even know how he is.
So you worried about your friend and the guy that, your other friend that got shot? What about the old man that was in this house minding his own fucking business? What about that?
Yes, I mean, him told me it wasn't,
Because you fuckers wanted to rob a one dude.
I didn't want to rob him, so I'm not the type of person to rob him. We didn't want to rob him, nobody. It's just, everything happened, sir, like everything that happened, or everything that happened, I don't know, that happened fast, I just came up and that's when they were talking and my friends got up, sir.
What did he say he had?
At first he was just saying, hey, let me know. He's like, let me know. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, what's good? He's like, I don't know.
Let him know what he had to tell you what he had. I mean, if you're gonna go shopping, you're gonna know. You say, hey, do you have some mud flaps for the fucking SUV that we're about to go buy? Did you ask him that? Maybe he was trying to sell some mud flaps? No, he wasn't trying to sell mud flaps. What was he trying to sell? What was he trying to sell?
Hey, Elizabeth.
You guys talked at that by the Suburban for the longest time. We got that on video. Yes, it was. Seconds matter.
We're just watching another trial on alternate juror, just whilst we are verdict watching, waiting.
When before shooting goes down, a lot of stuff happens in between. You guys talked for a while. So what did he have? I don't give a fuck. Too late for that.
I don't know, sir. He just had a bag. That's what they were talking about.
But you know what?
No, I'm trying to tell you, sir. They were asking me, like, hey, what you got? They're like, what's up? And that's when they're like, what's up? Let me know.
I'm keeping an eye out on Court TV, but they're at they're currently at lunch, so we won't hear anything until at least another 20 minutes.
He was going to sell narcotics to you.
I don't know what the reason why we started freaking out was because we saw him going like this is the girl he had it like this, and we just saw him going like sliding and like shit out, sir. If you look, sir, we saw the videos, you can see that.
Very well, thank you, Elizabeth. How are you doing?
You don't know, sir.
Because you had guys that hadn't produced any money, you didn't ask what was in the bag.
Whereabouts are you again? Are you in the US or are you in the UK? I can't remember. My apologies. I'm in Melbourne, so it is 2:37 a.m. here, and it's a chilly 4 degrees Celsius. So, yes, I'm very jealous of the weather in Denham, Massachusetts. So, yes, I've got one eye on Court TV and the other eye on a trial in Judge Boyd's court, which Deb from Alternate Juror is streaming. So I thought we'd double stream, watch her watching a trial whilst we wait for another verdict, because Bev doesn't allow the jurors to come back during her lunch break between 1 and 2. So, yes, we wait.
Yes, we did. We had asked him, and he's like,
What do you think?
He had said just weed and let me know. He was saying he had.
Okay, so you had weed. Did y'all guys pull out money? Did you say, look, here's some cash?
No, we didn't.
Then why would he rob you?
And if anyone wants,
he's trying to feed kids at home. He's trying to do everything. He's trying to make.
This is the link for Alternate Juror.
So
you would like to head on over?
I'm not turning in anything on you. I want to know the truth.
My friend is dead, and Because when the other dude's shooting this way back towards the house, which is clearly in back of us, so I end up trying to, like, I don't know, so. He shot too, y'all just act like we're like, you're saying he's trying to feed his kids. Selling joints is illegal, first of all, and of course you know, so he's mad.
All I'm going to say is if they're talking about Jerry Ortiz, I hope he's not trying to feed kids at home because he doesn't even know when Christmas is or Valentine's Day. He's not a very bright person or something. I don't know. He's the guy that they're talking about that they were supposedly trying to rob. He's the guy.
Okay, so you are on the same time, so it would be 20 to 1 in the afternoon, Elizabeth. Is that correct? And shout out to Grandma's House of Fun. She's been a great supporter of the channel, so head on over there and check her out. She's good. Grandma's House. There's the link below.
Stupid video of he could be planting this kid like
22 degrees Celsius.
Keeps
Oh,
just going at him.
Oh,
And
that
this
sounds
poor kid,
divine.
Maybe he just does. I'll just tell you what you want to hear so I can get out of here. I mean, his story has changed somewhat, but not a lot, and he still hasn't placed anything in his hands of him doing anything. So again, stupid video.
No, no one's innocent. Nobody, including you. You're a witness.
I was there, but I mean, I know I didn't do anything, so I'm not the type of person who would do anything.
Like I said, now's the time to come clean.
I did, sir.
Okay, so there was gonna be a lick, right? Y'all gonna pull a lick. What did I say about the I don't know?
Yes, sir. That's what you call it.
No, that's what it's called, a lick, right? You're gonna rob someone? A lick. You said you hang around with the wrong people, they know what licks are, right?
Yes, sir.
You know what a lick is, right?
I don't know what you call it. You guys just say regular.
When you're gonna rob someone, right?
Oh.
You're gonna take somebody, I don't.
I'm even more jealous
Jack,
now,
Jake,
Elizabeth.
whatever you wanna call it, your terminology is a
It's
little
4
different than mine.
degrees here. 4.
Sure, that was the truth, sir.
Okay. So so some people, maybe not you, but some people in the vehicle were going to pull a lick or jack someone.
I don't know, sir. That's how you're gonna put it.
No, you put it that way. That's what you told me right now, right? Did you say?
Because you're not trying to understand. You see the video, you can see him sliding his gun, sir. Like y'all said, y'all see that you can see him like he doesn't. I'm not saying he pulls it out on this, or like he pulled it like this, and he didn't have his like gun for like this, sir. But
Yay
you
for
see
me.
him like this, sir.
Yay
Like,
for
he pulled
me.
it, going to the side, sir. I mean, you're a bunch of kids. I mean, we're scared that he's gonna shoot if we drive off. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm scared that anyone's gonna shoot if we're driving up or anything. I'm scared if you got a gun or anything.
Why stick around?
That I'm not the driver, sir.
Yeah, but the
Look, I even
driver
copied a
and
link.
your Chris.
Copied a link off you, Gabby.
Okay, obviously you the plan,
For Grandma's house.
Am I right?
You know, it's between them, sir.
But it was discussed among them, right? Because the
Oh.
driver's sitting in the driver's seat, and Chris, from the video, he's sitting in the back right seat. So they just didn't read each other's minds. They didn't communicate, sending mind gestures
Yes,
or whatever. They had to communicate it out loud. With
Not a fan of humidity, unless I'm sitting beside a pool with a cocktail.
what am I thinking right now? You don't know. We weren't supposed to use that word, but I'll take it this time. You don't know what I'm thinking. So how was the driver gonna know what the other guy was thinking?
No, sir.
There had to have been a plan spoken inside the car.
There wasn't, sir.
There had to have been. There had to have been.
I told you, sir, that's what.
Who else knew about the plan?
Draper, I told you, sir, already.
So they discussed about jacking the dude.
That's what I had told you already. I mean, that's
Tell
why
me again how they discussed it.
they had just said, let's see whatever you had.
No, they didn't see, let's see whatever they had, so they're just gonna stick around. That didn't mean that they're gonna jack the dude. There had been something else to make them stick around. There had been something else where the two were on board to know when to jack this dude. You're just not gonna say, oh, let's stick around, see what he has. No, something was said, let's jack this dude, or wherever you wanna call it.
They were just like, if he had anything, we were just gonna take it and they were just wanted to leave.
Who said that?
What is that?
The dead guy said, let's just take what he has and leave.
If he had anything,
Okay, dead guy said that. Who does he say it to?
sir,
Okay, so he made the plan with Joshua. Chris made the plan with Joshua to jack him. That wasn't Mark, was it?
no, sir.
He said that the entire time. He never backed off of that.
48:35. Did you ever continue speaking with Oscar from that point on?
No.
And several times in that interview, you were asking Oscar, or you were telling Oscar that he wasn't the type of person to rob someone. Why were you saying that?
To get his trust and to start talking a little bit more about what really happened.
Well, as the interview went on, did Oscar say more about what happened?
A little bit.
Was he consistent in what he was saying?
No.
What was he not consistent on?
Just changing up the story, went from filling them with gas to buying mud flaps. And he just didn't want to come clean that there was a plan made in car.
And does he eventually say that there was a plan?
Yes.
Who was the plan between?
Between Joshua, the driver, and Christopher, the deceased.
Now, did you ever talk?
You know what? I'm about to go buy a pair of Crocs so I can put them on. Or I can take them off. Whatever I need to do with freaking Crocs. Because this guy, he never came off that the plan was between Josh and his brother Chris to do something. I did not hear any different. I heard him say a lot of different stuff, but I didn't hear Oscar say a lot of different stuff until this guy just kept pounding on him. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I feel bad I'm not even like, I'm not necessarily trying to defend the guy because they all made such horrible decisions that day, but they never even talked about the fact that Jerry Ortiz fired and shot unalived his friend, his brother's brother, his friend's brother, whatever, Joshua's brother, Chris. I'm flustered. I think you could have told.
No, they didn't. They didn't live stream the one on the 28th, and there is only, I think, a couple of documents that have come out, a couple of motions that Ty has put forward, and I think the minutes of the June 17th court hearing. Possibly, but I need to go back and have a look at them. I've been flat out with Karen Reid, so I'm hoping that we get a verdict tonight, and then I can focus 100% on Ty again and catch up there. But I don't think there is a great deal at this point to tell, unfortunately.
Long after the
But
date
I
of
will
the
update you, trust me.
It was later that night of the incident.
And as you previously just said, was Jerry forthcoming with info?
No,
Did he contribute anything that helped with your investigation?
nothing at all.
And
Jerry free to go? Yeah. Judge Boyd, you're messing with my closed captioning.
I'll show you what the March States Exhibit 96. Do you recognize this video? This?
Yes, sir.
And what's on that?
That is the video from the outside convenience store by the dumpster.
And what does it show?
It shows the actual incident occurring.
Okay, and is this a true and accurate copy of the video you viewed?
Yes, sir.
Has it been altered?
No.
Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit number 96.
I'll review that, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 96 is admitted without objection.
Hopefully he'll at least explain to us what's happening.
Oh. I think I just deleted. Oh my lord. Oh. Oh, hell, now I've lost it again. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm going to have to go back and find her.
Charged. Or all charges being dismissed and Jerry going home.
Show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 97. This video you viewed today. Had you had a chance before to see this video?
No,
Okay. And was viewing it, I believe you viewed it yesterday, is that correct?
a little bit, a portion of it yesterday,
But you saw the full video today.
today.
And had you had this video before?
No, sir.
So when you conducted your investigation, you did not have access to this video.
No, sir.
But based on the other videos and your knowledge of the case,
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Let's see if I can find her in here. Gabby. Oops. I completely just. Now I've forgotten how I did it. I had to find her. No. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, so that's, I have to go into Gabby's channel, but I don't know how to do that. I forgot. Because I'm a numbnuts. Absolute numbnuts.
Now, Detective Morales, did you see that vehicle that just pulled into the gas station?
Yes,
What vehicle was that?
that's the Suburban that was in.
Go to channel. Right. Found it. Okay.
Now, are you aware?
More about this channel.
How long did that
Okay.
Suburban stay at that gas pump?
Copy link
Stay there for a
address.
while.
Did he say seconds? I stayed there for a while.
Okay. My channel. Go to my YouTube studio. Settings. Community. And paste. Tab.
I fast forwarded all the way to 3:36:40.
Why isn't it saving now?
Yes.
Why won't it save?
Does that detective
Now,
keep
pausing at about 3:37:27. Do you see anyone walking out away from the convenience store?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Jerry.
Go to channel. Okay. Maybe I have to copy it this way, like I did last time. That way. Copy. Okay. Let's do it this way.
I'm pausing at 3:37. I believe it's 55.
Settings.
What are we seeing happening in the video now?
And
Jerry
paste.
Christopher struggling.
Enter.
And
Oh, yay! Found it. Crisis averted.
pausing at 3:38. I believe it's 03. Can you tell what's happening right by that dumpster?
Oh my god.
Looks like there's a push off.
Aye.
Then what happened there?
The shots start firing.
And are we seeing Jerry? He's acting in the same way that he acted in the other video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now, what are we seeing?
Jerry takes off running, and the other people that are inside the vehicle come out to look at the condition of Christopher.
And it's difficult to see who's who in this, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what was Oscar wearing on that day?
He was wearing all red and black tennis shoes.
So up to 3:38:39, we haven't seen Oscar yet.
No, sir.
So that would lead you to believe what?
He's covered the vehicle.
Because I'm an idiot. Yes, an idiot. And I've just realized that everyone can see what I'm doing because I'm still sharing my screen.
Now I'm pausing at 3:39:00. Can you see any movement inside the vehicle while this video is playing?
I did. This was slight. If that's what you want to call it, I couldn't testify to it. I'm testifying to it, but I couldn't tell if that's what it is: movement in the vehicle or a glitch in the video.
Fair.
At least he was honest about that.
All right. Sorry, Elizabeth. I'll get back to you. All right. Yes, I hope so. I reckon I'm hoping within just
Don't worry, Jody.
Yeah.
I've been doing stuff like that all day.
Pause the video at 3:39.
All right, so let me just. So, I reckon we'll hear within the next hour. And yes, it feels like it's taken forever to get around, but I believe he's innocent as well. And we were Deb from Alternate Juror was actually reading through some of the yeah. I don't know what I did. I tried to add Bry, who is my admin, on as a moderator, and I couldn't find him in the search when I was trying to add it. So instead of saying close, I saved the changes and it deleted both of you. I'm an idiot. Yes, I've managed to work it out. It feels like forever that this trial is coming around. But yeah, as I said, the alternate juror was reading out some of the paperwork, which has interested me because he's put in a motion to use Google Earth to resubmit or to submit some new discovery material. And the reason I really got involved in his case was once I'd watched the first trial, I started doing my own research, and I actually went and dropped a Google Earth pin on Laurel Avenue right in front of where the tree house was, and sort of did a 360 span of the area and discovered how many actual cameras there were in that area and why, because I couldn't understand why they had used the camera right at the back of the marine place, like right at the rear where the canopy covers any visuals. So I must have found, I think, at least 6 other cameras, which I thought was, a bit dodgy. So I spoke to another content creator, Stephen from Justice is a Process. Now, he's like all thing Ty Tucker related. He knows everything. And I reached out to him and I sent him what I'd found. So we did a collaboration together on it and went right through what this meant and how it showed that there was corruption and, that they had actually asked for the videos and they'd been lost and blah, 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 blah. Because there was so much CCTV footage that would have been available. And then by the time they eventually got round to it, it had been written over. So I'm wondering if by chance he's gotten hold of that, because he is in contact with Stephen from Justice is a Process on YouTube quite a bit. And we're actually trying to get in contact with him again now and do another collab with him. Hopefully we can, pre-trial, just as a catch-up as to what's going on with him, because we haven't spoken to him since he got rearrested at Oregon Airport. So, yeah, I'm just wondering if he's going to use any of that that footage showing all the cameras in the area. That would be very cool. Very cool. So, yes, it does feel like forever. Yeah, I don't know. It's even though it's a different judge, it's the apple didn't fall far from the tree as far as I'm aware. So it may be even harder to get some evidence in, especially given that he's now incarcerated and his breach and his opportunity is not as good. If that makes sense. Like, he doesn't have the access to the internet and as much and the freedom of research and stuff that he had before. Let me just check Court
purse
TV.
strings.
No.
Pause at 14:27:54.
That might be
Detective
some
Rouse,
jail.
did you see that person that's in the top left corner of the video?
Yes,
Did you ever make a determination as to who that was?
I did.
Who was that?
I couldn't tell you the last name, but the first name is Harley.
Was he a resident of that house?
Yes,
And how old was Harley?
I couldn't tell you that. He's a kid.
Define kid, because the older you get, the older what you define as a kid gets.
Now, I pause it at 14:28:20. Now, Detective Morales, were you ever able to make a determination as to whether Harley had a gun?
Yes,
And did he?
he did.
Did he fire that gun?
He sure did.
Whoa.
Now, were any of the casings that were found that Harley had?
No.
Was the bullet that killed Enrique Bocanegra, was that shot by Harley?
No.
We just saw 14:28:24, the right-hand side of the screen. You see someone running down the alley?
Yes,
And who is that running?
Jerry Ortiz.
And where is Jerry going?
He attempted to jump his own fence, but kept running down the alley.
Oh, wow, we're getting sound. That's annoying.
I'm pausing at 14:28:50. Did you just hear the audio there?
I heard some audio, yes.
Could you understand what that person was saying?
I couldn't make it out.
Pause at 14:29:12. How do you know that Harley didn't kill Enrique?
The bullets got matched up when they got sent to the lab, and it's a negative on that.
Speaking of the bullets getting matched up, was the bullet that killed Enrique Bocanegra, was that ever tied to a specific gun?
Yes,
Was it?
When?
yes, sir.
And what gun was that?
Jerry Ortiz.
Well, was Jerry Ortiz's gun ever found?
No,
So how do you know it was Jerry Ortiz's?
because it was the same that came out of the Christopher.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We have not. That's not what the experts testified to. I heard just annoying sounds. Oh my gosh. I think you guys are all waiting for this Karen Reed verdict. You're getting like slap happy. I'm just like trying not to go through my computer. Gabby, would you like me to buy you some stop sticks for the ice cream truck? Because I will. Throw those suckers right out there. Get you some ice cream. All right. This guy saying that round, the unalived Enrique, I can't ever say his last name, was tied to Jerry Ortiz's gun thing. Dang it. The people that collected the evidence, tested the evidence, never said that. They said they didn't know. They didn't have the weapon it came from. So how does he... This just gets worse. Not better. I hope the defense, you better cop that, sir. Well, I'd rather that I would have made the mistake of saying yum, not yam, than what I said. Dang it. Come on, state, bring it back around. You got to get out of here because nobody on your side has testified to this, belonging to that.
Yes, I agree. Absolutely, Elizabeth. I agree.
I know, Jody. I wish they would come back too. Just for you.
Mm.
Just for you. Karen's looking really tired too. I feel sorry for her.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Just knowing that 12 people you don't know,
Mhm.
you're hoping that they saw what that the majority of us have seen. I know there's some of us that did not see it that way. I don't know how, but you didn't. It's fine. You're not on the jury. All right. I want to see. You can tell the state's kind of like, it did come back to something. Yes, it came back to Jerry Ortiz's gun, but Jerry Ortiz's gun was never, that's the one that was never found.
Bro, I've been trying to make you a mod, but I can't find how I did that. I can't find your original, your like your username, your YouTube. What do you call it? My brain not working today. It's 3 a.m. I've got to find your YouTube username to add you as a mod. And I, for the life of me, cannot. Oh, here we go. No, it's only letting me. I need to find out how to get back.
Have you had an opportunity
So
to
we're
review
watching a trial in Judge Boyd's courtroom that Deb is streaming on alternate juror. Yeah, I tried that, Bri, but the search wouldn't come up with you or your insignia that I could find. That when I didn't want to add someone that wasn't you.
Yes, sir, it is.
And when did you get a chance to review that?
Earlier this morning or this afternoon.
And so that information wasn't available back in February of 2022.
No, sir.
And after reading that statement, did that change your opinion as to what your conclusion in this case was?
Yes, sir.
Well, initially, what did you think happened?
I originally charged five individuals.
Who did you charge?
The four in the Suburban and Jerry Ortiz as well.
And how soon after this incident did you charge Jerry Ortiz?
Jerry Ortiz, I walked a warrant on him the following morning.
And that was after he didn't give you any information in his interview.
Correct.
And then I walked it back.
Based off of that statement, would that have helped in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And after reading that statement, does that change your opinion or would that have changed your opinion as to what would have happened with Jerry Ortiz?
Yes, it would.
How would it have changed your opinion?
Self-defense.
And
first time
without that, you decided to walk a warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But with that now, you're saying that would have changed your position.
Yes.
And after reviewing all the video that you've now examined, does that change your opinion as to what happened with Jerry Ortiz?
What happened in the incident, sir?
What happened in regards to Jerry, his involvement?
Right. No, it does. It changed the fact that he was being robbed at the time.
Now, you reviewed this video, correct?
Yes,
And in the video, does Jerry have the gun out when he goes to the Suburban?
no,
Does he pull the gun out at any before Christopher Mejia gets out of that car?
no.
When does Jerry pull the gun?
When he is being attacked and apparently being fired on.
And at that point, had Jerry already given over items to the people in the Suburban? And what did he give it?
Shoes, and I believe the baggie or the marijuana.
So you would agree that at the point that Jerry pulls out his weapon, he'd already given up everything that he had, most of what he had had.
Yes,
So Jerry was not the first person to pull a gun.
no,
What was Jerry responding to?
the threat.
They've conveniently forgot Jerry was there to sell.
Did you ever collect DNA from any of the defendants?
Yes,
His hands are not clean in
Have
this.
you given over any reports regarding the collection of the DNA to the DA's office?
no, sir.
What about the search warrants?
Search warrants.
Can you recall where any reports generated or search warrants generated?
I can't go back that far and recall whether they were written in notes or whatever.
Was that a mistake?
Yes,
Just to be clear, did any of the guns in the trash cans or in that trash can, did they play a part in Enrique Bocanegra's death?
no,
And you were never able to recover the gun that did play a role.
correct.
And at the conclusion of your investigation, you made a determination to arrest 5 individuals.
Yes,
But after having reviewed all the video and reviewed Jerry Ortiz's statement, does your opinion change as to one of those individuals?
yes.
What does that change?
Jerry Ortiz was acting in self-defense.
Has your opinion changed as in regards to what Oscar Martinez's involvement?
Not at all.
Pass the witness.
Finally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to recess or continue with the cross? All right, defense, you may proceed.
Detective Morales, my name is Michael De Leon. I represent Jerry Ortiz.
No.
No. A drug dealer.
Excuse me, counsel. Yes, you represent. I think you said Jerry Ortiz.
Did I say Jerry Ortiz?
I think so.
We talked a lot about Jerry.
All right, thank you.
Oscar Martinez. Detective, a drug dealer, which essentially, for lack of a better word, is what Jerry Ortiz was, correct? Selling marijuana, it's illegal?
Yes,
Okay. How does he get the benefit of doing something illegal and then invoking self-defense at that point? Can you explain that to the jury?
Please.
so at the point that he gave up all the property, being, had a gun, had him pulled on him, they jumped out on him. And at that point, it'd be a self-defense.
Okay, but Jerry Ortiz knows he's about to make a transaction for an illegal offense, a misdemeanor offense, you would think a misdemeanor offense for marijuana. He knows that's a crime. And yet you're telling the jury here that somehow he gets the benefit of the law when it comes to self-defense when he's doing an illegal act?
And that's the way I presented it to the district attorney's office, targeting 5 individuals. I lumped into make a call.
But with Jerry Ortiz, you're saying now that he is entitled to self-defense, correct?
After looking at all the evidence, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a discussion with Assistant District Attorney Lauren Glasscock any time in December of 2022?
I couldn't tell you the date, but yes, I came in contact with her several times over that.
There was a discussion about that, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You understand that well, let's backtrack a second. The night of this shooting, Jerry Ortiz shows up to SAPD with his parents, correct?
yes,
He was taken into an interview room, just like Oscar Martinez,
yes,
and you were there to listen to what he had to say. And in the end, I'm sure he gave his name, date of birth. But he, besides telling you he was at the convenience store, he didn't give you any other details whatsoever, correct?
Not one thing.
And then he asked to leave. Was he allowed to leave?
Yes, he was.
And why was he allowed to leave?
Because I did not read him his Miranda rights. I thought that would have him open up a little more about the incident.
Sure, and that's totally fine and legal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. But Jerry chose not to cooperate at all at that point. It seemed like, when you show up to a police station, you're there to help, to try to explain your side or something. But he helped in no way whatsoever.
Not at all.
And you didn't even get to the point of saying, where's the weapon that you had, Jerry?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Fast forward 10 months, Jerry Ortiz shows up with his attorney at the DA's office and starts giving a statement. You know that now, correct?
Not under, yes, sir.
Okay. And he's had 10 months to perfect his story the way, however he wants to suit it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Annoying.
Why didn't you interview Joshua Mejia, the driver?
At the time I finished up with Oscar, the detective that
Magic.
was my wing, he was out at the
Yeah,
scene
Mimi.
and he developed some information on the possible identity of the person that ran away. So we placed everything on hold
Cup of
and
soup.
I had to go out to type up a warrant to get inside the house.
Okay. And the house you're talking about is Jerry Ortiz's house,
Yes, sir.
located at 823 West Magnolia.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And I think that's the house we're talking about in the corner.
Yes, sir.
And this video, just completely off subject, this is the Beer King convenience store back surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You got a warrant for the house, for Jerry Ortiz's house. And upon searching the house, what did we find?
We found a handgun that was taken into custody.
Okay, and that was a 40 caliber.
I believe I'd have to look at the notes.
I have to look at them too. You want to look at your notes real quick? Just
I don't have them with me.
Of course.
I believe a copy of your report would assist you.
Yes, sir. My prosecution, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, don't worry. The prosecution has my notes here with the highlighted answers.
Detective, just for identity purposes, I'm going to mark this as defense exhibit number. Somebody object if I'm wrong. 7? Yes. That's correct. Is this, if you could look at that and determine, is that your prosecution grant?
It's a copy of it, yes, sir.
All right, so let's go back to the home at 823 Jerry Ortiz's home. What kind of weapon was found there?
A Smith & Wesson ST40BE with serial number Hotel Foxtrot uniform 8500.
All right, and were there any bullets associated with that?
It didn't show on here.
Okay. Did you do a trace on that gun to determine who was the owner?
I believe it included that all guns are traced and then put in the packet.
Okay, and do you recall who the gun came back to?
I sure don't.
Would you disagree with me that it came back to Jerry Ortiz's mother, Ms. Hernandez, at that same address?
I do not have the form from the ATF.
No, just getting my chicken and sweet corn soup.
Nice. That's about what I'm saying in my mind right now, Jody. This is so frustrating.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 8 and ask you if you recognize that.
Oh, probably not.
This is the ATF request that's in on.
Okay, and is that for that 40 caliber that you confiscated from 823 West Magnolia?
That is correct.
And who is the owner? Does that refresh your memory?
Cynthia Hernandez.
Okay, do you know that person to be the mother of Jerry Ortiz?
Yes.
Okay. So this was listed at that address for Jerry Ortiz's mother?
Yes.
Okay. While we're on the subject, let's talk about Jerry Ortiz had a girlfriend who lived at that same address, and her younger brother was Harley.
Correct.
Looking at that video, I forget exactly what number it is. We saw Harley, a kid. I would imagine well under the age of 10, but
Wow.
it appears if you zoom in on that video, and I believe you have, it appears he has a semi-automatic handgun in his hand, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
How did we,
what?
how did you determine that he had fired a shot from that 40 caliber gun?
He was, we brought him in and interviewed him.
Okay. And he stated he shot at least one shot or?
One shot fired in the ground.
Okay. Did he say where he was shooting or why or?
He just said he fired one time into the ground.
Okay.
Probably knocked him on his
No
butt.
shell casings or anything recovered?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you find it, as part of your investigation, did you find it odd that Jerry Ortiz's girlfriend's younger brother was out there with a 40 caliber at the exact same time Jerry Ortiz is about to make a transaction?
I did.
Yeah.
But not that hot.
And we determined that the 40 caliber recovered from that home was not the gun that fired the bullet that killed Enrique Bocanegra.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a little while ago, you stated that Jerry Ortiz's gun, which was never recovered, was the gun that fired those multiple bullets into Enrique Bocanegra's home.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Christopher Mejia, he was shot with entry and exit wounds at the back of his head. And I don't.
Those closed
Aye.
captions were not my fault. Holy, oh, whoa. I had nothing to do with what they just said at all. I have no control over them. Wow. Sorry if you missed it, but not really. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I had nothing. I had nothing. Nothing to do with that. I'm embarrassed and I didn't do it. Okay. I can't tell you, Gabby. I can't tell you. You got to go back. I can't tell you. It would be canceled, deleted. You'd never see me again. I can't tell you. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. I didn't know what to say. I still can't. I don't know what to say. I can't believe that. Oh my gosh.
That was funny.
Whoa. I mean, they've been bad, but wow. Wow.
Younger brother was out there with a 40 caliber at the exact same time Jerry Ortiz is about to make a transaction.
I did.
Yeah.
But not that hot.
And we determined that the 40 caliber recovered from that home was not the gun that fired the bullet that killed Enrique Bocanegra.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a little while ago, you stated that Jerry Ortiz's gun, which was never recovered, was the gun that fired those multiple bullets into Enrique Bocanegra's home.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Missy.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae in for Ted Rollins. This morning, we are following that breaking news out of Dedham, Massachusetts. Deadlocked for the second time. That's what the jury is telling the court in the case against Karen Read. We've paused the deliberation clock, 22 hours and 36 minutes. It's day 5 of deliberation, and we are here watching that ceiling fan, waiting for movement from the court because we know the judge is going to bring in the jury to talk to them again. Still with us here in studio, Julie Grant sticking around, Court TV anchor. And Julie, you were just telling the viewers before the break about why what the judge is going to say now is different from what she told them on Friday. Because on Friday, she basically said, we know you've been working hard. Take a lunch break, clear your head, and keep working. Very short, to the point. And now she's going to say something very different.
Exactly, Julia. So it was too soon for the dynamite charge, right? You've seen it. We've seen it here on Court TV in many jurisdictions. It's known as the Allen charge. That was a case on point. And many jurisdictions refer to it as such. In Massachusetts, as you know, Julia, it's Chuy Rodriguez. And so the dynamite charge is meant to spark unanimity in that jury room because we want the jury to reach a unanimous decision. That is the goal in every criminal trial, the way our system's set up. And when there is deadlocking, as indicated on Friday, it was so early, as the judge said, look, you haven't been out that long. Now it's day 5. Now we're over the 22-hour mark, well over it. Now it's time to say, okay, reconsider your own position and think about the positions of your fellow jurors. So essentially, it's a charge of open-mindedness, of self-reflection, of considering rather all of the circumstances, because the judge will hear her remind them, you are in the best position to come to a unanimous decision, not anybody
You're the
else.
best jury, and you've been doing a great job, is what we usually hear from the judge.
You're right.
And there's that line, right? Because the court can't go so far as to force this jury. So that's why there are these limitations to make sure that the judge only reads and says certain things during this all-important moment where a jury is saying we just can't do it. You can't put them in the room and force them because it would be prejudicial, right? If you're in this room, you can't leave and you have to come to a verdict, there's going to be people making decisions that aren't within what our standards are, what the legal standards are for deliberation.
The idea is to consider everything. Make sure you're considering all of the viewpoints of your fellow jurors, considering your own, and then also being mindful of your own intelligence, the evidence in front of you, and knowing that other people from the community, just like yourselves, members of the jury, will have to be picked if we have to retry this. And one thing they won't learn is the expense. They're not going to hear anything from the judge about how expensive it would be to do this whole thing all over again. That will not be discussed. But what will be discussed is the fact that they are in the best position to come to a finding here, Julia.
And that's important. And what we were just showing you was a look outside of that courthouse there in
Boils down to it, it seems like we've got evidence that Christopher, who jumped out of the car to go after Jerry Ortiz, and Joshua, the driver.
No changes in the
had this
Karen Read
plan
case.
that they were going to be doing, correct?
Still watching, still waiting.
Okay. do you recall as part of your investigation, and I'm jumping around a little bit, sorry about that. Were patrol officers asked to go look in the alleyway for any type of evidence such as a jacket or for a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far they would have gone in the area?
I do not, sir.
Okay. But ultimately, no jacket was recovered, no firearm was recovered.
No. I think that happened later on at night after we left Jerry's house. So there was a lot of time in between that.
Okay. And all these videos that we watch from multiple angles, it seems like we know that Christopher Mejia got out of a car with a firearm. There's audio that we can hear at the beginning of the gunfire, and once the gunfire starts, it doesn't stop. It goes on for a while. I tried to count. It was too hard, but 18 to 20 shots ultimately. The first two shots were within split seconds of each other. Agreed?
Yes.
Yeah. Any way to know, as part of your investigation, whether Jerry Ortiz fired the first shot or Christopher Mejia?
No.
There's no way to know. Okay. I don't know if you recall. Let me ask. As Jerry Ortiz walks up to the green Suburban, he essentially, if I'm Jerry Ortiz and this is the window here, he kind of comes up and turns a little bit like this, starts talking. Sound correct?
Yes.
He's doing that. He never really does make a good turn to say, I'm looking back here towards the back seat. You recall that from the video?
I can't interpret what he saw, sir.
Okay.
Whether he saw it out of the corner of his eye or not, I can't answer for that.
Okay, fair enough. And you recall from the window here, if it was, the glass was completely rolled down, or was there a good 2 or 3 inches there?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not a car expert, probably a couple of inches left over.
Sure. Ultimately, the jury can look at that video and determine if that's correct. That's where I was going. Okay, so watching the multiple videos that we've seen, we see Christopher get out of the car, have a struggle with Jerry, and then it appears that Jeremy Martinez gets out of the car. Eventually, Juan Mejia gets out of the car. Oscar's, like you stated before, testified to, Oscar is pretty much inside that Suburban for a good, I don't know, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, whatever it might be, but for a while. Definitely the last one to get out, okay? We know now that the driver, Joshua, was shot. Do you have any part of your investigation? Did you determine if Oscar was trying to tend to Joshua because he had been shot?
Nothing points that direction. I couldn't tell you that.
Either way, correct?
Either way.
Okay, fair enough. And there were 4 bullet casings found on the driver's side of the green Suburban, where Joshua Mejia was driving. Okay, is that kind of consistent with somebody discharging a firearm from the driver's side of the vehicle? You might have driver casings on the driver's side.
That's hard to tell, sir, because if you have a right or left ejection portal, and then it's a small environment, the spent casings could hit items, a person, bounce back, and bounce all over the car. So it's hard to tell.
It's hard to answer that question.
Yes, sir.
I know it is. Those 4 shell casings were found within an approximate, small area of each other. So we'll never know for sure, but they're pretty close together. Let's talk a little bit about also on the videos. Oscar Martinez is dressed in red shirt, red shorts. There's very, very hard to not distinguish him from the other people in the video. Oscar Martinez definitely did not put any guns in a blue recycle bin, correct?
Correct.
Eventually the Suburban moved up a little bit. That person was definitely not Oscar Martinez. He was out of the vehicle at the time.
Correct.
As part of the investigation overall, we know from body cam videos that Oscar was on the phone most of the time, calling his mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he was on the phone. I don't know who he was talking to.
He's talking to somebody.
Right.
Okay. Earlier you stated you walked a warrant on Jerry Ortiz for capital murder. Just so we're clear, can you tell the jury what is walking a warrant?
Typing up a warrant, stating my probable cause and getting it signed by a magistrate.
And you got that done on February 23rd, 2022, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, overall, we know that, well, let me back up my statement. Based on your investigation, was there any evidence to show that, was there any video evidence to show that Oscar Martinez had a firearm at the scene there on February 21st, 2022?
Did you just say video evidence or evidence in general?
Video evidence.
Video evidence, no video evidence.
Okay. GSR was done. We've heard those results. I think all the parties had GSR.
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, given that 20 shots are being fired.
Yes.
Okay. The
delicious
3 guns that
These are
were
good
in the blue recycle bin were dusted for prints. No prints are found.
chicken and sweet corn soup.
Okay. That fake firearm.
And it's 1 degree
in
in Melbourne.
The number. State's exhibit number 39A. This was never printed, correct?
Just what I needed.
I'm
Warm
not
me up.
aware of it. That would be a CSI job.
Okay.
So
And CSI testified earlier in front of the jury and said this was never even attempted to be printed. Okay. Do you recall where this was found?
no.
Okay. We've heard information this was found in the back of the Suburban. Okay. Any reason to disagree with that?
If that's where CSI found it, then no disagreement on this.
Okay. Now, going back to Oscar Martinez and his interview, correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't admit to being part of the plan, but he heard the scheme, or he heard that the agreement by Christopher and Joshua, correct?
Right.
Okay. And does being part, or just being there, constitute a criminal offense of murder?
No.
Okay, you need something more than that, correct?
Probable cause, yes, sir.
Okay.
Seem a little nervous, sir.
And again, you stated on several occasions in that interview with Oscar, I know you didn't rob anyone. When you say that statement, I know you didn't rob anyone. At that point, did you have any evidence that Oscar had robbed anybody per se?
No.
Okay. And you stated there were some mistakes on missing out some of the videos, which recently have been discovered.
Yes.
And there was some mistakes on some, I don't know, DNA swabs or something like that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that they're at the scene, very chaotic scene. Have you ever been to chaotic scenes like that before?
Within less than a week, I've made a bigger chaotic scene. That's why this got put on the back burner. Yes, sir.
That's unfortunate. Okay. But this particular scene, we got 30 officers, we got evidence techs, we got ambulance, SAPD, the police chief came out there. Do you recall the police chief coming out?
Yes.
You got TV, you got a crowd of people, at least 60, 70 people out there. some just curious, some family of Mr. Bocanegra's, the decedent. Very chaotic scene, correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And as part of your job, obviously, as the police, you're there to try to figure out what happened and who's criminally responsible, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, we know that Jeremy Martinez, juvenile, age 13, his juvenile case was dismissed.
Yep.
And Joshua, apparently the driver, age 17 at the time, has been sentenced to prison. Okay. Christopher obviously is deceased, and Juan, well, there's no evidence either way what happened to Juan's juvenile case.
I'd say it's gone. It walked away
So
with
you're,
all its warrants.
based on your understanding of the law, mere presence alone is not enough to be charged with a felony murder type of charge, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
State? Nothing from the state.
Wow. Then I'm going to try to rehab him. A felony charge. He agrees. He shouldn't have been charged. I mean, I'm not saying he agrees. He agreed with what he said. I don't know. If they all came to do a bad thing or an illegal thing and it went south, why does one get to walk away from everything? And one that says, I wasn't part of the plan. I wasn't part of that. I never fired anything. I never even had that in my hands. They can't put it there. Why is he charged with 2 counts of unaliving? I don't understand this. I know I've repeated myself 1,000 times because it's frustrating. He's it. He's the last witness for the state.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, excuse from the state.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, my excuse for the rest of
Okay.
it.
Yes, you're done for today.
I have to go to work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Go get somebody else.
All right, state, call your next witness.
State restaurant.
All right. All right, ladies.
Cypress.
All right. Judge Boyd, I apologize for the closed captionings on this one especially. Yeah, if I'm going back to the jury room right now, he's walking out of here because if what he did by just being there is enough for this, it's enough for all of them, juvenile or not. And okay, fine, we take the juveniles out because they were stupid. They were more stupid. Jerry Ortiz is right there age-wise with him. Then if you're going after Oscar, then Jerry is just as bad. He was there to do there's not, they were going to buy, he was going to sell. Just because it went south. Sorry, hands are dirty. Both of you, all of you. I don't know. I'm just frustrated. Sarah Boone. She's not Sharon, the only lawyer she can fire now is herself. It's awesome. It's awesome. And I wouldn't say that about a lot of people because I want everybody to have a fair trial and I want her to have a fair trial. She has made it impossible. She has made it so nobody can defend her because all she does is complain about how unfair this is and that is and whatever. Excuse me, but what did your boyfriend or husband or whoever he was think when you put him in the suitcase and left him there? Did he think that was a little unfair? So yeah, she gets zero sympathy from me. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's gonna be It's going to be amazing. And you know what won't surprise me one single bit? That they'd have to offer it. Is if they offer her a plea and she takes it after all this time. It would just be like this gotcha cherry on top of the sundae we've been building, and she's just going to eat it all with a spoon. Be like, yeah, you guys aren't seeing nothing. That woman is crazy. But she's smart. You get her, Jesse Krzyzewski, and old Taylor Shabusiness together in a room and watch it out. You have the unaliving squad right there. Yes. Ah, I can't. I'm sorry. I've not recovered from that post captioning event. I've been like, please don't say that guy's last name. Please don't say that guy's last name this whole time in my head. So she's gonna send the jurors out. They're gonna take a break. I don't know what they do, but when they come back, the defense rests, just like Jody.
Yay!
So there's no more witnesses at all, and I'm going to we'll do the closing. Excuse me. Do the closings and the verdict on Wednesday, just so I have a clean spot to end this, and that can be on its own thing because I know people like that. And the closings take a little bit of time. I don't think the defense I don't think they did a bad job at all. I mean, I don't know where you guys all stand. I know some of you haven't seen all of it. I couldn't convict him on this. I could not convict him of 2 counts. Because the neighbor, the guy, the most innocent person of all, the guy in his house fixing lunch, he had nothing to do with that, in my opinion. Maybe that Josh dude is in the right spot. So he's doing 20 years. And maybe that's good for him. I don't know. But I can't watch any more of this trial today. I'm scared to watch the closings because I'm scared he's going to say that guy's last name again repeatedly, and it's going to be got badly on the closed captionings. Yes, we shall see. Oh, you didn't tell me if you wanted the stop sticks. You just told me what kind of ice cream you wanted. I mean, I don't know any other way to stop him. Throw your Crocs at him? I'm gonna stop the ice cream guy. I don't know. Alrighty, well. Yes, all of you that are watching with Jody, thank you so much for watching. I again apologize. Oh, I have a funny story about closed captionings, not my own. I was watching On Patrol with, Law and Crime's Dan Abrams, and there was a guy on there, and you could not understand what this guy was saying. So he turned on the closed captionings. They were just as bad as what these closed captionings were and always are. And I thought, see, Dan, you're making your own point. Fix them. I know they can't, but. So, all right. Well, I'm going to keep watching Jody. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be around. I'm going to go see her tonight, but I'm going to hang out and whatever you're doing, I will watch you for a little bit. This verdict, come on. I figured they were going to come back quick and say, we're done. We can't We can't get to it. We can't get there. So this is making me think they're gonna get there. Maybe. I don't know.
You can.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Watch
shut this
me.
down and then I have Jody's going on my
Watching
other screen.
you.
I'm watching you. I'm watching me. It's weird. So I'm gonna shut mine down and then I will be in Jody's chat. So I'll see you all in just a minute. And for the rest of you, I'll see you guys all back here. I am watching. I am. It's so weird. I see. It's weird. I will see everyone back at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time Wednesday. And
Can Sarah Boone hire
I'm sorry.
Daryl Brooks for a
See, now I've got chats going. I read Bob Smith's chat over on Jody's, and it's hilarious. And that would be hilarious.
Yes.
If Sarah Boone hired Daryl Brooks to be her attorney. Oh, I'd pay money. I pay money.
Yeah.
As long as he just could not continue to talk.
Oh, God, yes.
Anyway, I will be back at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time
All right,
on
I better log off
Wednesday.
here.
We will do closings and watch
Otherwise,
the verdict.
I'll be
in
left with nothing to watch because she closed me down. So let's have a look and see who else. Who else can we watch? Let's see what Miss Brandy's up to. No, she's. What have we got on here? 26 hours. Holy crap. Oh, share this tab instead.
I think that's one of the biggest things I've learned. Don't change a thing. Not even an eyebrow if you don't want to. Not the eyebrows. Like in person, because keep in mind, I just looked at myself in the mirror for the first time since all of this happened. And
still nothing
in
on Court
person,
TV.
This is
I'm
a
afraid.
lot more
Nothing at all.
intense than it is on camera.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Someone should write a song about that. I'm trying to find something good to watch. How about I put Bev back on again?
We love our rewatch crew as well. Woo woo.
Yeah, she was using Listerine, washing out her
Debbie,
potty mouth.
what kind of cancer did you have? I had lymphoma twice. Oh gosh, I'm sorry for that. I had stage 3B squamous cell carcinoma, cervical cancer, and I was misdiagnosed for over a year, which is why it grew so much and did so much damage, because they kept misdiagnosing me. I was watching you, Brandy. Is there one trial you covered that changed you? I think a lot of them have changed me in different ways. I think that this one has probably changed me the most. I think this is definitely the one that's changed me the
Transparent
most.
lingerie. Oh, Bob.
I think the Travis Rudolph trial was probably the first one that had a big change in me, because it was the first one that I went into where I was like,
I actually cooked tonight's dinner and sorted Cats out. Oh, look, he's asleep on the. Oh, you can't see him. Hang on. I wonder if I do. No, if I do that. Oh, hang on. I have to just move the camera so you can see my big boy asleep on the couch. If I can. There he is. Look at him. Up there in the corner. Just there. Just there. He's curled up. So cute. Aw. Oh. Now I can't get my camera back. He's got his head all tucked in like. Oh, I'd like to be in that position right now.
And I'm still seeing that.
Let
dark
me
side.
check. No.
And just the things that people, the things that people have done and the way that they behaved on this one has
This guy's coming over for
forever
dinner.
changed me, because seeing the depths that people will go to try
What are you
to
cooking,
hurt
Gabby?
somebody
What
who
time are you
disagrees with
cooking?
them is something that I'll
did
never
chicken
look
and
at
sweet
things
corn
the
soup.
same again after that. It will forever change the way
Absolutely
that
delicious.
I interact
So
with
I'm
people.
eating it now. It's cold here, all right? And it's 4 a.m. I'm allowed. I made some pasta yesterday. and
Let's see. I think
I
what
had-
attracted me was the honesty
it
about not being
had,
decided and just wanting info.
I felt like tuna, but I felt like spaghetti as well. So I made, I fried some onions and some capsicum and some mushrooms and some olives and garlic and then I put a tin of tuna in oil and I tossed that through some pasta, some spaghetti. It was absolutely delicious. So that's what I had for dinner at like 7 p.m. And now I'm having tonight's dinner, which is chicken and sweet corn soup. Because I'm hungry. It's 4 a.m. and because I can. Yes, was nice. I hadn't done it before. I just made it up as I went along, but it sounded good. And given my Maltese heritage, if I wasn't able to cook, I would be crucified and disowned. So it's a prerequisite in my family to be able to cook. Which is both a positive and a negative. All right, how about we put Bev on? I need a laugh. I need to wake myself up again. I'm starting to fade. I've got a nice full belly of warm soup now. And I've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. Yep. It might nearly be time to have a lay down, I think. I'm definitely due for some painkillers, that's for sure. All right, let me put on Bev and we'll see. I'll have a laugh. I'm making chicken, Italian sausage, roasted potatoes, and roasted vegetables. Yum. Yum. You actually making the Italian sausage? Like literally making it? Or you just bought the Italian sausage and you're cooking it? What's everybody else having for dinner? I need some suggestions for tomorrow night. Otherwise, it's going to be DoorDash for shiz. Ha! Are you edging for an invite there, AJ? See, I told you. It's my ESPN. And the verdict clock is over 26 hours, 13 minutes so far. Yeah. All right, let's watch some Bev. Hear ye.
Hey, it's Auntie Bev here. Just waking up.
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
I'll allow that.
Is that what you were thinking?
Allow that. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
I stayed in the courthouse. I told you yesterday. We have a poor post. I can't even speak because a little bit of a hangover, but today I went a little bit over, about 15 minutes over, but I couldn't take it.
I'll allow that.
Is that what you were thinking?
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
A girl who shits herself.
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
And then yesterday, I let him go early. Now I'm just letting him go because I'm tired. Can you hear it in my voice how tired I am? Don't say of course to me. What does he say? Of course, Your Honor.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
I let them go early because one of them had a hair appointment. Little snaggly. I just forgot to put them in evidence, okay? So I did it that next morning. So just
Snaggly.
simmer the fuck down.
I'm not going to allow it.
Finally, I saw Lally, get a little lallygag in there. That was impressive. It is up there on the bench when you have to poo.
A girl who shits herself.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Realize that there's 27,000 people watching a fan on Law and Crime. Literally said, fan, are you actually happy about this? What are you doing? You just keep spinning, and the poor smoke detector just sits there. No love. Same with my bangs.
Yes.
A whack job, correct? Here.
I'll allow it.
No. Yes.
Ass leaker. That was a word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Been a tough week. I'll see you on Monday. I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. Everyone nodded affirmatively. Oh, what I'd give for a sidebar right now. There's no action in Boston. How about, I wonder what, cramp. How? Oh, been sitting too long. How about we have a look and see what Mr. Turtle Boy's doing? He's normally good for a bit of a laugh. Turtle Bop, Turtle Boy. There we go. Turtle Boy live. What are you doing? I'm live. 3 days ago. 3 days ago? Oh, come on. Really? All right. Let's have a look at the Glera. Can't believe he's not live right now. Really? Really? Oh, unmute. Oh, what's he carrying on about? Let's see what he's talking about. Oh, I love Tom CPU. Dear baby Jesus. Okay. All right, hang on. Yes. We've earned that. Come on. Dear baby Jesus. And we've earned This one is.
Yeah, eat it, fucker. Eat that shit. Eat that turd.
Oh, what happened there?
Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me get hit by a car in the state of Massachusetts, where any Massachusetts State Police expert is going to reconstruct the accident. Please. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
I do love that. All right, let's watch a bit of the glare up.
Experience and standing up and speaking the truth the way that you did
So,
was
just as a bit of background, Tom CPU is down there every day, and he live streams the crowd outside and has supported Karen Reid for the entire trial. He's there every day, rain, hail, or shine. Where's mine? Can't even see me. Hiding behind my name. All right.
very, very instrumental to bringing awareness to everything here. So I want to personally thank you for that, for everything that you've done.
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence. It was, I was one of the ones that believed in the system up until April of 23. And all of a sudden started seeing autopsy reports and hearing other reports. And I said, oh, there's something wrong here. This isn't the organization I work for. And it's not the one I'm going to go to bed to every night thinking that this is the real story being told. So here we are, a year and a half later, we're down here. But thank you for that. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
No, thank you. Thank you. We all appreciate you here.
We know we all have the same end game, and let's just hope it happens today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Let's hope. Let's hope. I still got faith.
Yep.
Still got faith.
All right, so it's almost 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
They go to lunch at 1, right?
Yeah. I heard the lunch was already delivered. They were already eating. I think you told me that.
Yeah, but don't they got to go in to dismiss the jury for lunch?
The jury probably.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Maybe Bev said, "Hey, why don't we go now?" I don't know. Yeah, 1 to 2.
Clear.
Not going to happen, right? No, 1 to 2. Unless the jury comes back
For
before.
lunch, the jury.
Right?
Does Karen have to go in to dismiss the jury to go to lunch?
12:54.
Do you know that question, Will?
No, I didn't hear her say anything about lunch. But maybe I was just still reeling over what was being said prior to that.
It's Allison.
Hey, there she is.
You. We wish you were here.
Thanks. Yeah, I miss you guys too. It's good to see you.
Over on the other side.
And
We moved him over. Hello.
you know, Jen,
Yeah, Jen. Hey.
selectmen's meeting. Jen, the one that runs it.
Now that you're not standing here. What's your name? I have words.
It's good to see you.
I know, right? I can talk through the phone apparently. Now, nope, getting embarrassed. Gotta go. I will. Blowing you
Hey.
kisses. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Bring the dog today.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
I mean, that tells you everything right there. That's the people.
Say hi to someone. Hey, Quinn.
Quinn.
Yeah,
And there's, check this out. This is
Wow, look at how many supporters
Renee.
she's got.
Yeah, bud, how are you? This is Renee. Renee does the Plymouth standout. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to Will?
Hey, Renee.
Profit was so certain we were gonna get a verdict last Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, but really Tuesday. I gave out all the signs, like 35, 40 signs I gave out to the crowd. Now we have no signs. Sorry, but I don't think it'll go into this Sunday. Right, guys?
So she does the standout in Plymouth, and she gave her signs out for the people here because we figured it was the last week. Now she's got no signs to go do a standout if it goes further into the week.
I know I have a flag.
A flag will work.
I told you Diane from our standout.
Yeah.
She is gonna be in the 4th of July parade on Thursday. She'll have her Karen Reid flag
Nice.
from her Jeep. She's gonna be throwing out
In-
candy.
In a parade, we got a Karen Reid flag flying.
We're gonna do that. So if you guys hopping in, I'm hopping in. Yeah, and they're gonna be throwing candy to the kids.
Nice.
So Lynn will be in there.
The Clara.
Oh, hey, Will, how's it going?
How's it going?
How are you, dear? How's your day going? Good. Good. Yep. Clara?
Hi, Claire. Oh my God, my best
Hey.
friend is obsessed with you. Oh, you did? He's facing us. Hi.
How's it going?
My best friend is literally obsessed with you. She talks about your day and night and not obsessed.
I like the shirt.
It matches yours.
Thank you.
Debbie.
Right on. Yeah, I love the shirt. Right on.
Yeah. He loves the
Yeah,
shirt.
that's great, man. Wow.
It will. These people make their own shirts here. Like,
Make you one, Will. Do you want one?
like really, like a real. I mean, how?
You gotta sign it though, the Clara.
And they're all amazing. I'm in awe at the shirts that you guys make.
Have you worn yours?
No.
Or did you give it away to someone?
No, I have mine.
Okay.
I'm not gonna wear it. Not yet.
You're gonna wear it?
Yes, you'll see. You'll see.
Picture, okay?
Oh, trust me.
We need a picture with you
You'll see.
in it. Okay.
What's down here? People all along the edge, just hanging out, chit chatting. I think it was this lady here. Was it you guys saying that you met lifelong friends already? You just met?
Oh, no, we didn't just meet. We've been friends 48
Okay,
years.
there was someone I was talking to earlier. They had just met
Yeah.
and they're best friends right now. Like they don't go anywhere without each other.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yep. Yep. They're frickin' frack.
Frickin' frack.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a Boston thing, I think. But I mean, this is the crowd I'm walking into.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, this is amazing. Such amazing people, man. This is
And if you hear the level of the chatter, like the volume of it,
yeah.
It-
Everybody out there is very passionate about Karen Reed's innocence. It's amazing.
Yeah,
He
well-
said
I will.
the term,
Hey.
I think it was fricka fracka, like best friends for life or something like that. Fricka fracka?
Me.
Does that ring a bell?
yeah. I drove through the Smoky Mountains when the sun was coming up. It was one of the most beautiful things I ever seen.
Yeah, no, I actually live like you could see the mountains real
So
good.
you know what I'm talking about. It's like going to heaven. No other
Yeah.
way to explain it.
It's pretty
Driving
great.
to heaven.
I like where I live. No
You want to
doubt
say hi to
about
the
it.
Clara? Did I say hi?
Oh, shit, you got Will on?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear, Will. Hi.
Yeah, now you're waving.
Hi. I
How's
love
it going?
watching you.
I love that you watch me. Thank you. It's nice to see you.
That
It's
was-
nice to meet you.
Thank you. It's
Yeah,
nice
it
to
was
meet you
fricka
too.
frack, wasn't it?
What was that we were going to do? Oh, someone else maybe. I said hi to Will.
Well, what's up, brother? What do you think of my shirt?
Yeah, I showed him the
love
shirt
it.
before when you were
That's
talking to someone. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Side grill.
Side bond grill.
That's
love
the
it.
Twitter handle.
If anybody opens that shit, I want a piece. I said it first.
So, how long have you been
I'll
been
allow it.
interested in this? From the very beginning?
Probably August of last year.
Okay.
That's when things really started cooking up.
Yep, yep.
When I started reading about Turtle Boys.
Nice. All right, bud.
You got it.
Oh, wait a minute. Where you from again?
Upstate New York.
So you traveled from upstate New York to come here, all the way down here.
That's right. It's our third time.
Third time, Will. And that's a ride. It's a good 4-hour ride.
Oh,
Solid.
For sure.
Hi, dear. Hi. Hi, how are you? Listen, you're meeting more than one person. You're gonna meet the Clara too.
Oh,
Say hi to Will.
Hey, oh, Matt, over here.
Hey.
Can I have a picture with you?
Sure. Sorry. Hold on a second.
All right. Yay. Thank you so
No
much.
doubt. You're welcome, dude.
Yeah, they love Tom out there, bro. Like for real. Me and Tom were driving.
Thank
Me and
you.
Tom were we're in his car. And people were like seriously asking us to stop
Yeah.
to take pictures of him. It was wild. It was wild.
I went out to dinner.
I might leave the glare on, leave the stream running, and go and watch it in my bedroom. I need to lay down on my back as it's killing me. So I'll keep the stream running and I'll be watching in the bedroom. I just can't answer chat. But the second I see or hear anything, I will be back. All right. So I shall leave the glare running because I know he won't turn off at all until there's a verdict. So I shall be back. All right. Yeah. Tad weary. I don't think I've done too bad. 5.5 hours. Yeah. Thank you, sweetheart. Gabby will sort you out. Thank you, darling. All right. I'll be back.
And the lady next to me recognized
Thanks,
me.
AJ.
So I was talking to her and her son, and we're talking about this and that. And she gets up and leaves. She paid for my meal.
Wow. That's
Just
really awesome.
out of the
Man,
blue. Awesome, awesome, awesome people.
it's crazy, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Everybody
she's
there,
never been to the standout.
everybody was so nice, man. Like everybody was so nice when I was there. It was crazy. I didn't have one negative interaction with anybody.
You got Jackson Yannetti shirts. What's your shirt say?
Yeah, we're just saying like a Wednesday.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sticker? Yeah, I want a sticker. Investigate the police. Investigate the investigators. I am. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
How's your day going?
Good.
You want to head to the Glera?
He knows me. Glare is pink.
You know Pink?
Hey, what's up?
Stop. I told you I'd fly you down.
He's big. He get off. He gets stuff. I wish you could just get in a car and go.
I would have
You
flown you
can't.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
You guys.
Yeah.
I
I wish I could.
Yeah.
They went to lunch, huh?
I think so. 103. Right? Right? They should have. I guess. I don't know. We don't know. And another thing, the people that bring the dogs they bring are the nicest dogs. And none of them bite, none of them nip. They're all like really friendly towards people.
Yeah, it's wild, man. Like everybody there has just been so amazing.
And it's just, I mean, everyone's just milling right now. You know, just kind of walking around. I love those, the Dunkin' Donuts. And they Eileen Yannetti.
Maybe.
What's your last name, is it?
I wish it was my last name. I texted him.
Brian? He's kicking around here somewhere. I can't. If I see him, I think he had to go to the bathroom. It's like these people make their own. These shirts are awesome.
It's already at me.
Yeah, man.
Crystal.
Awesome job.
Go on the scooter.
She made me a shirt, right? That's the one that made me a shirt? Yeah, I think she made me a shirt, a CPU shirt. Yep. How you doing, bud?
Hi.
Good. Pizza.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Big wide.
Can I have some?
Oh, we got that.
You're not gonna share any pizza?
No, I had 3 pieces, absolutely.
Okay.
I need 2. Get through the rest of the day.
I wasn't gonna take it anyway. I'm just messing with you. What's this button do? You don't know?
I'm not a truck operator.
You want to find out?
No. Did you see the guy run out of court?
The guy run out of court.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not see the guy run out of court. Did you?
I did, yeah.
What happened?
He escaped and ran. They chased him down. You got 20 state police officers on, bikes. You're not gonna get
Oh,
away.
that's what it was. They
Yeah,
were on bikes.
They got him in 2 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, he's not going far.
Not a good day to run out of court.
No, especially no. Not with that many cops, extra details and everything. You're
How
not
are
getting
they-
far.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It was Richard Kimball, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
You know what's messed up is that other van, Will, the one that you saw, the Channel 10 van.
Yeah.
Will, they ran it out of gas. They had to go to the gas station to buy a gas can and bring it back with put gas in the truck. It hasn't moved. It just sits there and they run it, and it runs out of gas.
Wow.
It hasn't moved from before the trial. It's been there. That truck. The tires have probably got flat spots on them. Hi.
It's too bad you didn't get Richard Kimball on camera, bro. That would have been awesome.
We're great. We're great.
When I came home, there was a man in my house.
Yes, please.
Had
We
a
watch you
mechanic.
every morning.
Thank you very much.
I fought with this man.
Every morning.
Yeah, we love you.
Hey, where's your- You gotta put it on.
You find this man.
Get it. Hit the button at the bottom.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Thank you. You're welcome, ladies. Free Can Read shirt. Channel 5. Gail. Not guilty.
Who you talking to?
The Clara.
Hey, Will. Good to see ya.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, do a great job. I love watching you.
Thanks. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it was nice when you came up.
Yeah, I
Good
wish I was
today.
there.
Yeah.
I wish I was there. There's no place
Not
I'd rather be. I
guilty.
really wish we could make it.
Not guilty.
They're all wearing not guilty shirts.
So I think that will work, right? It's gonna work.
Awesome. Where'd you guys come from?
I came from the Cape.
Okay.
Boston?
Okay. All right. So you had the father side. Where'd you? Norwood. All right. So you didn't come from far. Nice.
I'm the furthest.
Yep.
Hi.
Oh, so you got, it's a family thing now. Is that what that is?
I'm younger than him. I'm younger than him.
Well, you get the good part. You can meet the family. You can bail and no one's gonna know, right? Yeah, I'm all down with that.
John's a good guy.
I do my best. And even another Free Can Read shirt, framed. Hi. She's here a wicked lot.
Go waiting.
Still waiting, right? Still waiting? It's Kevin right there. Let me say hi to Kevin.
Hold
Hold on a second. Kevin, you say hi to the Glera real quick.
Hey, Will, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Him, Gail, and Carol. Those are the three people that started, quote, the standing out. She's over there in the chair.
From One Meadows out.
I knew that would happen. The second my bum hit my mattress and I turned on YouTube in the bedroom, it came up with jury question. Ooh. There's no sound as yet. Just double check. Oh, I've got it muted. That's why, idiot. Okay. We are live. Come on, this has to be it. This has to be it. Surely. Come on, people. Let's do this. Come on. Come on. It's getting hot in here, so turn on all your fans. I am getting so hot, I'm gonna turn my fan on. Can't say that here. At least the fan knows which direction to go. Come on, Bev, call it. Let it be done. Whilst we're waiting, I might as well put this up because I always forget to do this. And because I'm not monetized yet, that's the only way. And it's kind of poetic, really, given that it's, the time difference. Coffee is ironically poetic. Yep. Cray. It's a good thing I had a good sleep today and last night. Come on. I want a verdict. I want a verdict. I haven't even got anything half decent to play, I don't think. Yeah. You're only just working that out now, Gabby. Mm-hmm. I'm as Jane as a Sudge. Hello, fan, my old friend. I'm a member of the fan club. See, it's not just me who's gone loopy. Everyone's gone loopy on fan jokes. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge fan. Huge fan of a verdict. Ooh, ooh, wibbly wobbly fan. Come on down, and pan down and left, that way. Come on, down and left. Wonder when the last time they tested their smoke detector. And what that chandelier looks like at the bottom. Law enforcement setting up barricades around the courthouse. In case there's riots and shit. So we've got a verdict. Holy fudge muffin, I think we've got a verdict. Holy crap. Holy crap. What else could that mean? Oh, I hope so. I hope so. I can't think of any other reason, Gabby. Why else would they be? That's different to every time. So there has to be a reason why.
You are unmuted.
Oh, we have noise.
Thank you. Be seated. Closing session. 22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, the jury is at an impasse. So we'll bring them in.
Is she going to call it? Miss Trial? She's not happy. Oh, I said I couldn't see any other reason for them doing the barricades. Yep, I reckon it's mistrial. Mistrial. Don't look so sad, Paul. She didn't do it.
Closing session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All right, so the court, please.
Mistrial. Is she not going to poll them? What the fuck?
Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right, I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime, maybe the end of July.
Are you fucking kidding me? No.
I understand people have
You're
vacation
not going
schedules.
to retry.
Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
You're fucking kidding me.
The 22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor. And I would appear for my client.
Right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates. So
What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
no, that week's not good. Teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows, Ms. Little and I are not available on the 22nd. We had a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Little and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
What the fuck? What the fuck? So we have to wait until the 22nd to find out if the Commonwealth is going to retry. Because she said it was just a status update, didn't she? I'm confused. So it's not definite that the Commonwealth are going to retry. Let me see if I can find if Boston News has anything. NBC 10 Boston. Oh, oops. I want live. Oh. Boston NBC 10. Come on. Really? On crime. Mistrial declared. Well, that's all they've. No one's going to explain it. Let's see what Emily D.
Earlier today, why would the defense want a hung? Because if you have more people going for guilt, what you do not want is the jury to compromise on one of those lesser included. Some of those lesser included crimes have very significant impacts and prison sentences. So the defense much rather have the jury
is at an impasse.
All right. That's going to be
So
the
I'll
end.
bring them in.
That's going to be the end. The jury is at an impasse. I'm going to bring them in. That's going to be the end. She's going to declare a mistrial, and that is going to be it. So as the jury comes in, we'll see what the poll is, but the court, after, gosh, 31 days of evidence, 75 witnesses, and they are done. No spoilers in the chat, please. We want to make sure that everyone that got our notification can tune in with us. We're going to see what she does. She's going to declare a mistrial. This is the end of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read for now. So rise above. No, you're not. I see you in the chat, but there's a lot of people in the chat and sometimes things skip pretty quickly. So no, I can see you. So Lawners, it's good to see you. The judge is going to declare a mistrial, which means this
All
case
right,
is still
Mr.
open.
Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's interesting.
Conversely,
Here.
others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges.
Right.
The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions.
Right.
To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs.
Right. We're done.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what the jury note said. I'm going to play that back one more time for everybody just coming in, because that jury note is incredibly thoughtful. Some of us, it says, believe that the evidence has found this beyond a reasonable doubt. Some do not, which means, again, when we're looking at a split, you never know what the jury split is. When people were asking earlier today, why would the defense want a hung? Because if you have more people going for guilt, what you do not want is the jury to compromise on one of those lesser included. Some of those lesser included crimes have very significant impacts and prison sentences. So the defense much rather have the jury come back with a hung that they can work for forward than to have them come back with a compromised verdict of guilty on a lesser included. So we're going to go back and hear this jury note one more time. It's incredibly thoughtful and detailed. I can imagine when the judge read that note, she's like, and we are absolutely done. There is nothing more that can be done for this jury. And there is nothing more they can do in deliberation. I'm going to try to pull this light a little bit closer. Let's listen to this jury note again.
We don't need to.
If it'll play, like, of the instructions the judge has been sending back. They went back to lunch. They have been trying to come to some resolution. But this, excuse me, give me 1 second. This jury in the Commonwealth versus Karen Read is hopelessly deadlocked, and the judge is going to declare a mistrial.
I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete.
Your service
I'm
is complete.
declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service.
Oh, she's going to pull them in the jury room. She's going to pull them in the jury room. We're not going to see a split. Maybe we'll get that information later from a press release from the defense or from the Commonwealth, probably from the defense. She is going to go see the jury in the jury room. She's probably going to set a date. I don't know. She's probably going to set a date for a next hearing. This means that this case can go forward. They have not found any charges. Nothing has been resolved. That means this case starts back over at the beginning.
All right, I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is.
Somebody make a note. I don't have
So I'd
paper.
like to come back sometime maybe
22nd.
the end of July.
22nd of July, 9
I
a.m.
Gennady's
understand
looking at
people
his
have
phone.
vacation schedules.
Yeah, they've just been in trial for
Can we
like
come in the
months.
week of the 21st?
So end of July is later this month.
That's fine.
And the camera is switching to John O'Keefe's mother. I don't know if there will ever be a resolution of what happened in this case, honestly, y'all. Honestly.
22nd at 2 p.m. And I would appear for my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to be for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates. So
The 22nd, I think he said at 2 p.m. So Yannetti and Karen will be at court in person, and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little will be remotely via Zoom.
Suddenly we have this banner, but there's nothing I can do to get rid of it.
no, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
22nd at 2. Okay.
Ms.
Well,
Little and I are not available on the 22nd. We had a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want to think it's disrespectful.
kind of feels a bit
Ms. Little and I probably will not.
Okay.
bit sucky.
So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti.
No resolution. Bit
All right.
bit of a
All right.
That's the end.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
And that's the end.
I mean, it's better than
That is the
guilty, that's
end.
for sure.
Now we have an official rule.
That is the end of the Karen Reed trial. The jury has come back as hopelessly deadlocked. The judge has excused them, and this is a undecided or a hung jury. For those of you just coming in to watch, I'm going to go back and watch the note again. The date that they picked is the date for the status conference to see when they're going to proceed to trial again. If they're going to proceed to trial again, y'all are asking me to watch this exit. Oh, okay. I was just trying to get away from the banner, honestly. So we will go ahead and watch it and see what happens.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
The jurors can choose to talk at this point. They may not.
And now we have an official ruling in the Karen Reed murder trial. It is a mistrial declared. And
I
you see there
imagine
Karen
that
Reed
feels like a
hugging her
win.
father,
Again,
her father
I'm not
shaking Alan Jackson.
That again feels like a win for the defense because again, when you are found guilty, there is not much you can do except appeal. When you are found not guilty, it is done. But knowing that some of these jurors felt that there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt in this case means that a unresolved jury is a giant win for the defense. And y'all, I saw Paul look like he was saying something. I don't know. I'm going to leave it be. I'm sure everyone else will clip stuff down. I'm not going to speculate on it. I'm just going to let them exit the courtroom. I don't want to hear, I'm not going to be playing news commentary over what I'm talking about. So I might switch to another feed, but we will take a look. I might take another feed, but again, if the defense talks to anyone, I'm sure they will bring it up. And I'm going to go switch feeds and see if the defense speaks outside the courtroom, because that would not surprise me. But I am going to switch feeds to see that. Megalina, will you keep an eye on a few of the other feeds to see if anyone speaks outside the courtroom? Because I imagine that they might. Let me pull up one other feed to look at, and then I'm going to answer your questions. I did want to go back real quick and look at the judge's question for all of you just coming in. Look at the judge's question again and see where we go. But there is a possibility that there would be the defense would speak outside of court. So let me take a look real quick.
During the trial, when the judge just declared a mistrial in that courtroom, and have been careful not to, really. certainly looked defeated. The judge was somber, just kind of a heavy air in that courtroom this afternoon when that mistrial was just declared. And then there's really no better way to describe the difference from the course of this trial until today's end result than out here today. Every day, right? It's been beautiful sunny weather. The defense attorneys have been very forthcoming about speaking to the media, even celebrating what they called their wins over the course of this trial. Today, you come outside, it's absolutely downpouring rain, some thunder, and then the defense attorneys came out. Alan Jackson gave a very brief statement, didn't take any questions. David Yannetti also gave a very brief statement. Both of them really, to a degree, calling this a victory on their end and saying the prosecution failed. Different environment out here, and that, you know, we tried to ask Karen Read how she felt now that this actually isn't over. Over the course of this trial, she's been willing to speak with reporters. I've spoken with her many times outside, and she's said, I just can't wait for this to be over. It's not over. You know, a mistrial is the opposite of this being over.
Hi, outside of the courtroom. And Penny, what is it like out there right now? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Absolutely. The judge just actually announcing a mistrial. And, you know, I've been out here for 3 months now. I've seen this crowd. I've seen the way they've crescendo, they've built over the weeks. And I want to talk to Rita Lombardi. She's one of the leaders of this movement. I know you guys erupted in cheers, but this wasn't the outcome you guys were looking for.
Absolutely not. We were expecting a not guilty verdict. All of the evidence that the defense put on, all of the cross-examination that the defense did with the pathetic, mostly pathetic prosecution witnesses. Karen Read did not kill John O'Keefe. It's that simple. She was framed. And we were hopeful that a jury, that was our last hope, that the jury would come back with a unanimous not guilty verdict. But we accept a hung jury because we know it was either not guilty or a hung jury. Guilty was never an option in this case because you were never going to get 12 jurors to go along with what the prosecution put forward, with the planting of evidence and all the nonsense. And I hit him. She did not say I hit him.
Well, thanks for your time, Rita.
Yes.
Thanks for talking to us. And guys, a huge eruption out here after that mistrial was declared. Remember, these jurors have been deadlocked. This was several days of deliberation. And I will say this deliberation pretty on par with some other major trials in Massachusetts. It took the jurors several days. The judge sent them back twice, but officially a mistrial declared out here, guys. The atmosphere, I will say, you know, we expected a lot of movement. I think it's a little still. I think people wanted an answer. I think people wanted some sort of closure. And even though it's a mistrial and there is some eruption, I don't know if they got that closure today.
And we're now getting ready to hear from Karen Read for the first time after this has been declared a mistrial. Let's listen.
Quick reaction. Yes, quick reaction.
Yeah, they went to the steps.
Oh, come on, CBS News. Boston, get your shit together. You turned the audio off, dipshits.
Happen in court and what will happen going forward. But it looks like here they are walking out.
I want to hear what they had to say. I wonder if Brandy caught it.
They do well. All right, let's see. Gosh, I cannot even imagine going through all of this again.
I just want to hear what Yannetti and Jackson and Karen have to say.
Let's see. There's Tom CPU that's outside. Let's see who else is outside. He's like frozen. So now what happens? Judge said, hey, Dean O'Kelly, Judge said in her last statement to the jury, any future jury will come from the same pool of people and they would to get the same outcome. I'd be shocked if they retry. I can't imagine them retrying this. Like, I feel like they're man, all this time. Oh, all this time. Connie, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you.
To all of her supporters out there, your support was invaluable. We are touched and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleague here. I'm a Boston kid. I'll repeat what he said, which is we ain't got no quit.
States based on spurious charges, based on.
Hey, Dean O'Kelly, Judge said all this time. Oh, all this time. Connie, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Retrying this, like
Fighting. We have no quit. Fighting. We have no quit. This is what it looks like. Bring false charges against the innocent person. The Commonwealth did their work. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigation and investigators, and compromised witnesses. This is what it looks like. And guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit. Go ahead.
Good on you, Alan.
Hey, folks. Number one, I am in awe of the strength and courage of this remarkable client that I've had the privilege of representing since day one. And number two, I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. We are touched and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleague here. I'm a Boston kid. I'll repeat what he said.
I'm a Boston kid.
Ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit. All right. We ain't got no quit. So, with that, my friends, it's 5:04 a.m. We have a hung jury, a mistrial declared officially. We have a status hearing July 22nd at 2 p.m. And we have a tired Jody. So we're going to bed. I hope you enjoyed that. Please click that like button. That one with the thumb on it. Ow. Arthritis. and 0 degrees Celsius. Now play. You're welcome, Bri. You're welcome. I think I've done pretty well. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Good night, y'all. It's time for me to have a bed bar. I'm gonna. So with that, I shall bid you adieu. Night, y'all.
I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the bar. They think I hit you with my car, though I don't really know how, without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow. How you got there, I don't know. Brian Alberts was the place where we found your broken face. All the witnesses at trial claim their phones can all but dial. The McCabe say they're your friend, but the truth they surely bend. They will pull out all the stops, protecting all the crooked cops. And those cringy texts I sent to the agent that was banned were removed in single threads by machines owned by the feds. So Detective Brian's dreams were not disturbed by my shrill screams. Carrie Roberts testified, didn't fake it when she cried. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. It was February 22 when I last set eyes on you. Death is such a nasty thief of your life, Johnny O'Keefe.